Hello and welcome. I'm Leanne Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. US envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner join high-stakes Gaza ceasefire talks as pressure mounts for a breakthrough. French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu presents his plan to Macron tonight, aiming to pass a budget and ease election fears. Visa rules and Bollywood opportunities are on the table as Keir Starmer visits India to boost trade and also investment. Now, US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner are joining high-stakes Gaza ceasefire talks in Egypt. Their arrival comes as negotiations between Israel and Hamas remain deadlocked, with key issues like Israeli withdrawal and post-war governance unresolved. Hamas says both delegations have exchanged a list of prisoners and hostages to be released if a deal is indeed agreed. For more on this, I'm joined from Jerusalem by Ruby Shen, father of Itai Shen, an Israeli-American hostage in Gaza. It's really good to speak to you again. Thank you so much for joining us. Yesterday marked 2 years since October the 7th. It has been 732 days since you last spoke to your son. What was that moment like for you yesterday when you reflected on 2 years since October the 7th?
Yeah, it was a mixed bag of emotions. Like we had the decision to stay together as a family. We debated to be in Washington, D.C. or some other place. And we stayed here in Israel with the talks that we have seen that have come together in Egypt that provides us some cautious optimism. We have been advocating a long time for having the main leading figures in one place hashing out a deal. And that is what is happening now with the backing of the President of the United States, as well as his top team, Mr. Steve Witkoff, as well as also having Jared Kushner part of the team as well, which I think is a very positive development.
And let's just talk a bit more about those talks that are ongoing in Egypt. Hamas negotiators have exchanged lists of prisoners and hostages who would be released. Does this bring you and other hostage families some hope?
Yes, I think that there's been enough suffering. There should not be a competition where more suffering is, if it is us or the people of Gaza that has been held as human shields by this terrorist organization. And it's unfortunate, but we, the simple people, we are collateral damage for bigger political issues. And I hope to believe that our tragedy and this humanitarian crisis will be decoupled from the bigger issues that have been going on for decades. And with the president and his plan, he indeed wished to decouple by putting at the first phase the release of all the hostages, as well as bringing in humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Throughout this process, have you and other hostage families been offered support from the Israeli government and from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu? What has that looked like for you yourself?
Yeah, so we also have that support from the U.S. government as being a U.S. citizen. My wife is also a German citizen, so actually Itai is a U.S., German, Israeli citizen. And the Prime Minister, I'm sure, wants to bring the hostages back. Like, he was the Prime Minister on October 7th, and he is responsible for this, and he does have an obligation. It's just unfortunate that within the war objectives that his government put in place, there were a number of war objectives, including the release of the 251 hostages. And when you have a number of objectives, they don't always coincide and sit on the same timeline. And that is why, unfortunately, we are sitting here 2 years after without getting all the hostages back.
So do you think Benjamin Netanyahu has done enough over this 2 years to get the hostages back and your loved ones? or not?
Well, the bottom line is no, because it hasn't happened. But, he's not the only one on the playing field. There's also Hamas, that is a terrorist organization that did, atrocities on October 7th and have been using hostages as a leverage. I think anyone listening to us now would agree that taking dead people and using them as negotiation chips is something that not the Islam religion or any religion adheres to. And I think that the international community should have been maybe more forceful in condemning those types of acts and allowing at least the part about the hostages to be put aside, and then continue talking about what the future of Gaza and the Palestinians would look like.
And just a little bit for you personally, what has the last 2 years been like? And what will it be once this hostage release happens? How much relief will that possibly give you? Or where will that put your life in the future?
Yeah, that's a very complex question, which, a psychologist would spend a number of sessions discussing that. But trying to be concise, I think that, the feeling is that we got suspended and moved to another dimension on October 7th. And since then, we've been kind of in an ongoing day that has been going on for 2 years. And we have been in a different process because our life has been suspended. And just think about any family dinner, holiday dinner that we have a missing chair at our table. And it's unfortunate, but again, going to Hamas, they have not provided to this moment acknowledgement that Itai is in their possession and B, what his physical status is. That is kind of the lowest type of psychological warfare and terrorism that you could inflict on any family. And again, I know the mediators have tried to get that type of information, but we have not been provided that information to date, even though that it is supported by international law. When there are missing people in areas of conflict, there are some basic components that you need to adhere to, even if you are a non-state entity, which is backed by the UN Security Council. And we, as a family, have been kind of out of touch with many people and have just been focused on this fight. And it's unfortunate that it is a fight, because I thought it would be obvious that this is the first thing that should be figured out. And we shouldn't be standing here 2 years after still waiting in hope that our loved ones will be returned, including my son.
Ruby Shen, thank you so much for speaking to us, and as always, sending a lot of well wishes to yourself and your family.
Thank you. God bless.
Let's continue this conversation with international affairs analyst and former BBC Arabic editor, Dr. Fouad Razik. It's a pleasure to have you on, Doctor. Thank you so much for joining us. So, it's the third day of indirect talks in Egypt, and key US and regional mediators have now arrived in Sharm el-Sheikh. With the big hitters there, will this add more momentum for a deal?
Thank you, Liam, very much for hosting me. Actually, what you refer to as those heavyweight dignitaries and people of high profile attending the meeting, that will add definitely a sort of moral pressure on all parties to reach a deal. The problem now, we have some key words, like the word guarantees now, and the crisis of trust. Trust is not there between the two parties concerned here, and the guarantees, the way the Hamas and the Palestinians see it, as a way it's only verbal so far. They need something in writing. They need something of a plans and something of a time frame for anything, not only for these things, but for the withdrawal from Gaza. And only given now the word of mouth by Mr. Trump or Netanyahu or the people attending there. Everybody is, looking for reaching a breakthrough in this, at least for the first phase. Everybody is keen to make some progress on the first phase, and after that, let be what it may be. And that what makes, Hamas, people are, concerned about this, because once they hand over the hostages, and then maybe the sky will put havoc on them, and there will be a restart of the war. How far they can believe, Mr. Trump, that won't happen is a big question mark. So we are in the stage of, if there is a will, there is a way. But as you said, with all high-ranking people, it's difficult, to go empty-handed for any party involved in this. So even some words like cautious optimism, and I don't know how far can one be optimistic within the same thing, only relying on the high-ranking people and the ideas put, because in every point of the 20 points Trump plan, there's something hindrance, there is some difficulties going through, even in the terms of names. But some difficulties might be ironed out and reach, like the names of, of the Palestinian prisoners. And in this case, there might be some, compromise on this on the part of Hamas, if it insists on the big names like Barouthi and the others who are on the list. We don't know the response of Israeli party to releasing these big names, although they are not actually from Hamas at all. They are from Fatah and other factions, So there could be a compromise on this on Hamas. So yes, please, yeah.
Doctor, I was actually just going to speak to you about that list and what Hamas has said. Hamas negotiators have exchanged lists of prisoners and hostages who would be released, which includes, as you said, Marwan Barghouti, that prominent Palestinian prisoner. What do you make of this development? Do you think that Israel be willing to do this and that both parties will be able to find a middle ground when it comes to the hostages and to the prisoners?
There should be a compromise, actually, on the part of Israel. But again, at the end of the day, Hamas cannot afford to spoil the whole package just for some names. Especially these names do not belong to Hamas, as I said, So there should be something in there on the part of Israel to do. Because there are so many other sticking issues, that needs to be ironed out to reach the compromise. Everybody is looking for this moment when they see the hostages released. But what's after that? There are so many other issues. But now everybody is concentrating on phase one. And this is in itself, alarming, because once the hostages are released and everything is all right on the first phase, then will come the problems and the details, which might hinder anything else. But because Mr. Trump nowadays, he wants to achieve a breakthrough. He wants to go out to the world and put himself as the peacemaker, and who deserve even Nobel Prize for peace. Even, President Sisi of Egypt, extended an invitation for Mr. Trump, and this is a good sign, because what he said, even he was optimistic about the way the negotiations are carried out in Sharm el-Sheikh. This adds to the sort of optimism we are talking about. Everybody wants to achieve something, actually, but to what extent and now the pressure would be on Israel because Mr. Trump wants to save Israel from itself, actually, and because they lost a lot on the moral ground and with the acknowledgement of the Palestinian state, which is not even mentioned in the plans, only for later on, and the Palestinian Authority is not actually included at all. So Hamas might have the upper hand now in these negotiations, and he has the key to this, while the other party is absent, or for the time being might come later, but God knows when. And we have Netanyahu saying, over my dead body to reach a Palestinian state or two-state solution. It was buried by him, and he insisting on not having this. So can the negotiations bring them back? Because everybody is watching now. The whole world is watching. The whole world is wishing to put an end to this awful situation in Gaza. So I feel that there should be something, and Hamas really should give in and reach a compromise on these issues. Again, with the withdrawal, how far Israel withdraw. Netanyahu wants to keep a huge amount of land in Gaza with some 5 important points that might void this of its meaning. But everything is level because at the beginning of any negotiations, everybody put the ceiling very high.
Dr. Fouad Razek, great to have your insights and analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu has been asked to deliver his solutions to President Macron this evening on how to form an administration and also pass a budget. Lecornu resigned on Monday after just 27 days in office, but was given 48 hours to rally support for the new government. The caretaker Prime Minister says there is a will to pass a budget and snap parliamentary elections were now actually looking less likely. For more on this, I'm joined from Paris by our correspondent there, Ross Cullen. Ross, so we discussed this before. Macron gave Lecornu 48 hours to come up with a plan. That time is running out rapidly. What is the mood music out of the Élysée Palace, and is a snap election on the cards?
Yes, Leanne, I feel as though I'm regularly joining you from this corner outside the Élysée Palace, the French presidential office and residence you can see behind me. And just a few minutes ago, the Prime Minister, Sébastien Lecornu, arrived for perhaps the most crucial meeting of his short career as Prime Minister, and perhaps one of the most important meetings Emmanuel Macron has ever had. The two men will be discussing the way forward. Has Sébastien Lecornu been able to find an exit to the crisis? All of the meetings that he's had today with all of the different parties, has he got a proposal to put on the table that Emmanuel Macron can bring forward? We understand there's the possibility of a left-wing Prime Minister. Is that now going to be the way forward for what is called a cohabitation, where you have a president and a Prime Minister coming from different political ideologies? We also know that Marine Le Pen has said that she will bring votes of no confidence against every single government Emmanuel Macron appoints until he accepts he has to call a general election. She has said a little bit earlier on today the joke has gone on too long. The left-wing bloc, all of the left-wing parties put together, do have the greatest number of lawmakers. They think it's now fair that they get a chance at being Prime Minister. We will find out in about an hour's time when the Prime Minister exits the Élysée Palace and goes on national television to reveal his plans. Certain to be a lot of reaction this evening about if Emmanuel Macron can stay in post and if he can avoid calling early elections.
Like you said, Ross, Lecornu has been holding talks with key political party leaders, saying there is a willingness to have a budget for France before December. But all of this, what are the key reasons they can't agree on anything when it comes to the budget?
Yeah, that's right, Leanne. The budget is the crux of all of this. The 2026 spending and saving plan needs to be approved before the end of this year. And all of the different parties have such entrenched position when it comes to financial and fiscal policy. There could be a way forward if there is the possibility of suspending, at the very least, potentially repealing the controversial pension reform of 2023. That's at the heart of so many of the discussions that the opposition politicians have been having with the Prime Minister today. However, the Finance Ministry responded to that today by saying that it's going to cost more than $500 million extra a year to try to deal with the problem if you were to suspend that reform, which raised the retirement age from 62 to 64. So there's that possibility. There are many other things on the table. France has a huge debt. The public deficit is also rising. We have seen such low productivity in France, a very poor performance from the French stock market over the last year or so. So there are many problems with France's financial and fiscal infrastructure that need dealing with. It's just that the parties have such different ideas of how to go about it.
And another issue for Le Cornu is getting the government to agree on the future of New Caledonia. Why has this been causing such a headache, Ross?
Yeah, New Caledonia is a French overseas territory, Leanne, roughly between Australia and Fiji, home to more than 250,000 people, indigenous Kanaks, and also settlers who have come from mainland France. And there have been referendums in the past that the separatist and independence parties have taken part in, referendums that they've boycotted. There have been problems. There were more than a dozen people killed last year, deadly riots that were sparked by the fact that there was the idea from here in Paris to give more rights to people who were not born in New Caledonia but have moved there since. There then was an agreement this summer to have a new state of New Caledonia, so not an independent country but much more autonomy within the French Republic, and that needs to be signed off before the end of the year. So the Prime Minister has said we need to get a budget through. Also, New Caledonia's new status is left in limbo because it was brought down when Francois Bayrou was ejected from office in September. Nothing has been done on it for a month. The idea is there, but it needs to be signed off in Parliament. So he wants to get a budget through Parliament, and he also wants to get the confirmatory bill for this new state of New Caledonia approved by lawmakers as well. Leanne?
Ross Cullen in Paris there. Thank you so much for joining us. Now to the latest US news. President Donald Trump is calling for the arrest of Chicago's mayor and Illinois' governor, both Democrats, as his administration prepares to send the National Guard into the city. It comes as Trump's political rival, former FBI Director James Comey, pleaded not guilty today to lying to Congress. Meanwhile, the government shutdown is causing major flight delays, with air traffic controllers working without pay and staffing shortages crippling airports nationwide. I'm now joined from Las Vegas by Republican strategist Amy Tarkanian. Amy, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. I just want to start there with National Guard troops arriving near Chicago, which Donald Trump has called a hellhole. This comes despite strong opposition. The president is calling for Chicago's mayor and the governor of Illinois to be jailed. Is this an escalation, do you think?
Well, I think that both sides have some concern that are valid. I don't believe that the mayor and the governor of that state should be jailed. However, I do think that they are slightly delusional on the amount of crime that is still running rampant for the people who live there and that are law-abiding citizens. When you have ICE agents coming in and to do what their job entails is to oversee illegal immigrants and to remove them. And you have protesters who have now overstepped the boundaries of making it a peaceful protest, because that's allowed here in the United States. But they have crossed that boundary and they have actually caused harm to these ICE agents and other police and law enforcement And so this is a problem. And if you cannot stop that, if you cannot protect those who protect us, then yes, there definitely needs to be some assistance. And that's where President Trump is bringing the National Guard in to tell them enough is enough.
A Reuters and Ipsos poll says 58% of Americans believed armed troops should only be sent in to face external threats. So we're talking about Chicago now when saying it's necessary to go in there as ICE agents and protests are under threat. But is this action really necessary? And do you think the American people actually support it?
Well, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, unfortunately, because once again, if you have local law enforcement and ICE agents that are in doing their job, exactly what they have trained to do, and in order to protect the everyday law-abiding citizen, and you have protesters that are causing harm and causing more violence and targeting these individuals who are supposed to be protecting us, then yes, there does need to be some extra assistance. Because if the mayor and the governor are going to continue to hide their head in the sand and say that everything is better and everything is rainbows and unicorns, that's not going to help. People can see it, people can feel it, and it's not okay to live like that. That's not living. That's actually living in fear. And I think people have had enough of this.
And the former FBI director, James Comey, I just want to get to him. And he's pleaded not guilty to 2 charges in a court in Virginia, as of course you know, Amy. This will now go to trial because he believes he can clear his name. Is Comey going to prove Donald Trump wrong? Is he going to clear his name?
Well, you got to hand it to him. I mean, if you look back historically, there have been a handful of individuals who have lied to Congress, and that's technically a felony when you commit perjury, to Congress. So, but most of these individuals, if not all, have actually just been given a slap on the wrist, so to speak, and have not seen prison time. And so that's where you're seeing now a current administration that is very heavy-handed when it comes to following the law and implementing the law and making sure that nobody squeaks by, no matter who you are. So I think, it's probably wise on Mr. Comey's part to attempt, because he very well may be able to get through just like many of the others have prior to him. But, at the end of the day, I think this is wise on the Trump administration. Whether if he was, as the left like to say, was on the president's vindictive hit list, so to speak, or not, he still lied, and that's perjury, and that's a felony.
And I just want to ask you another thing. There's a lot going on in the US news-wise. Can we just talk a little bit about Amy, I feel like it actually never stops in many respects. So I'm now going to ask you about the government shutdown, because that's still ongoing, and 40% of the federal workforce are currently on unpaid leave. What's the situation? Will these furloughed workers get their pay back after the shutdown ends? Or do you think Donald Trump is going to try to get rid of the dead wood, as he says, and get rid of a lot of these jobs?
Well, it could be a little bit of both. Historically, once again, when we do have the government shut down and both sides can't come to a consensus on how to divvy out the funds and what to continue to fund, it actually started the very first time in 1981. So it's not necessarily a very long history of having a government shutdown. It's still fairly recent, but it has happened under a number of presidents, both Democrat and Republican. And unfortunately, what you see here is you see a game of ping pong where they use a bunch of scare tactics for their base to start, flooding the phones, start flooding the emails, start flooding social media with all of these finger pointing statements instead of actually sitting down, trying to come up with a solution. And so unfortunately, we do have military, we have government workers that are working tirelessly without being paid, but Usually, if not always, they have been paid back. And so it's a temporary setback, which I know it can be devastating for many who are living paycheck to paycheck, but eventually they do end up getting their money back. It's just a really big pain in the side.
Yeah, indeed. I can imagine for them out there. Amy Tarkanian, we covered so much ground there. Thank you so much for joining me.
I'm sure I'll have more for you.
Now, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says there will be no relaxation of visa rules for India as he begins a two-day visit to strengthen trade and cultural ties. He's leading a delegation to Mumbai to promote investment following the new UK-India trade deal. The agreement cuts tariffs on cars, whiskey, textiles and jewellery. The trip also saw a major announcement for the film industry. 3 Bollywood movies will be shot in the UK, and that will be starting next year. For more on this, I'm joined by independent journalist and podcast host Lavina Tandon. Lavina, it's such a pleasure to have you back on the show. Let's start with Keir Starmer. He met with business leaders in Mumbai earlier. Is this trip about diplomacy, or do you think it's more about investment?
Both, Leanne. It's about diplomacy and about investment, about posturing in the UK, that this deal, they meant business. It's a business, absolutely a business trip that means business. And it is going as a partner, not as a patron, re-establishing and renewing the ties between India and the UK, not as aid but ambitious. So it's very business. The posturing is full business. The way Keir Starmer has gone as the biggest delegation, the way it is covered in India is also that the biggest delegation from Britain is coming to the UK. It's acknowledgement of the fact that India is on the rise. They do need the growth market. The UK needs the growth market and the business and the jobs that it is going to encourage here in the UK. So it's very much a strategic, very much a diplomatic trip that means business, Leanne.
So he's meaning business on his trip, but the visit follows that landmark trade deal that India and the UK signed in July, and that came 3 years after they started negotiating. So it's a pretty long time. And who benefits the most from this deal, India or the UK? And how vital is this agreement? As you said, they're there for business.
Both. Though each country would say they have done a better job. But if you ask, because the deal has been signed, the intention is there. This whole trip, I think, is to say, now let's have the accountability, let's have the nuts and bolts in place and implement it, because UK needs it and India would also want this to go ahead. So it is, and you can see the posturing, the way it is happening. It went and talked about, immediately got those 3 deals, 3 film deal done, which means that it is saying we mean business. And also, it is an extremely important way to see how it is going about. They've taken people, education and cultural creativity, that kind of sector and coming together is also very, very important. And 14 university heads from the UK are going there. So at this point in time, what UK is saying, we have done the deal. It's taken us so long, almost 20 rounds, 3 to 4 years. Let us implement it. Let us get these tariffs cut. Let us have scotch on the table, Indian dining tables, and let us have the tech and AI and renewable energy, talk about it and do this, have UK as the hub for creative hub, because UK creative industry, though, is great, but has suffered in job losses, and that could, with the diaspora, the immense diaspora and the number of films that were shot here had sort of gone down. They have gone with all the these agendas and all these people who can iron it out straight away and have it up and running and going. Like we said, the 3-film deal. And now Yash Raj Studio, which used to be huge and used to shoot many films in the UK. In fact, Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge happened to be one of the biggest blockbusters of India, was shot in London, but they didn't shoot for 8 years. So this, and then football, selling football. So both the countries are selling what they can sell. For example, for the UK, Scotch and cars are a big market. India is a huge growth market that they want to deal with. India wants to come back and get technology exchange and have talk about tech and all of that. So both the markets, and they sell there. The major 2 things from India has been jewelry and textile, and they want to also get that up and running. So both are in a win-win situation, though each country would claim they would have a better deal. But I think it's a deal that would help both the countries.
And it's really interesting because Modi and Starmer will be meeting tomorrow. And when it comes to global issues, we know they have very different positions when it comes to Russia. Will Starmer possibly try and pressure Modi to stop buying Russian oil, as they are desperate to see an end to this war in Ukraine, the Europeans?
I started by saying that this is a deal between partners and not patrons. And the way Starmer is going with Prime Minister Starmer is going with 125 people, posturing business. It is not, and India over a period of time has maintained the fact that the proximity to Russia or buying of Russian oil is a need for the country. So it is not I think there is an understanding, an understatement, which is there, that India is not here to listen to you anymore. We can, of course, take it. If you have a suggestion, you can make it, but we would not kind of accept. It is not a prerogative that, and you can't use it as a lever because it is a deal between equals. UK needs India more in terms of the growth market and the kind of youth that the country has and the demographic dividend that the country has. So I don't think Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to go as far as saying that don't buy the oil, but it could be that he gestures it by saying, invest in renewable energy. And also looking at the way India is going, they are more into Make in India. Their defense spending vis-a-vis Russia has come down as well. The dependency is slowly coming down. So answer to your question, I don't think it's going to be a leverage that can be had or a suggestion that can be made. But of course, from the sidelines and saying that your dependency could be more in renewables so that the world is a better place, that kind of stuff could happen. But I don't think there's something to say, do this. And it's a partners meeting, not patrons, where one could talk to anybody.
And Lavina, we also just heard Keir Starmer there on his way to India, and he made it very clear there is no relaxation of the visa rules. How do you think this will impact relations, or do you think India maybe expected this stance?
Actually, very interesting. When the FTA was signed, Commerce Minister of India, Piyush Goyal, was here, and I did an exclusive interview with him. And I asked him this very specific question about visa, and he categorically denied, saying that visa is not a concern. Visa is not a key that opens any doors or shuts any door when it comes to FTA. So, but visa or immigration has been constantly been played out in the media as being a key to this deal being implemented or this deal being signed. And the question was answered on similar lines by the foreign secretary who came to Chatham House as well when he was asked. So I think it is not going to be the deciding factor. Also, these things can be done more strategically. For example, the 3 years NI already, which was very controversial here in the UK, has already been agreed. In addition to this, youth schemes could come. So these things could have a backdoor entry, but on the face of it, I do not think that, I think India will rest and not use it too much. In fact, on the face of it, they say that they have never used it. But even now, they will bow down and not make it a kind of hard and fast rule to get anything done. So I don't think visa would play out as much. And many other things like youth schemes and 3 years of NI and all of that can be done to achieve similar things.
Lovina Tandon, it's been brilliant to have you on the show and your analysis and insights. Thank you so much for your time. A reminder of our top stories. US envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner join high-stakes Gaza ceasefire talks as pressure mounts for a breakthrough. French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu presents his plan to Macron tonight, aiming to pass a budget and ease election fears. Visa rules and Bollywood opportunities are on the table as Keir Starmer visits India to boost trade and also investment. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
UN sanctions are back on and negotiations are still off. Is the current impasse between Iran and the West at a dangerous inflection point? Tehran says it will no longer cooperate with nuclear inspectors, and Israel has threatened renewed strikes. Will the reimposition of Iran sanctions backfire? That debate coming up here on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast. This is a special interview. It was recorded after President Trump gave Hamas a Friday ultimatum: accept the ceasefire by Sunday, or in his words, all hell will break loose. The plan removes Hamas from power in Gaza, with former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair leading reconstruction. I spoke with Blair's former communications director, Alistair Campbell, to discuss it further. Thanks so much for your time, Alistair. I want to start with the breaking news. President Trump has given an ultimatum saying Hamas has until Sunday to respond to the peace deal. He's warned that if they don't, all hell will break loose. What's your response?
Well, I mean, look, it's kind of typical of the bluster and the Trump style that we're very used to. The point is, does this work very well in a sensitive, difficult, complicated peace process? And he might think so, but, you know, I would suggest possibly otherwise. I don't think it's unreasonable for him to expect a response, but I suspect that what's beneath the language is that unless you respond in exactly the way that I want you to, all hell will break loose. And I just think that when you go through the detail of the 20-point plan, to my mind, it's less a plan than a kind of very, very complicated wish list. And I think it's not unreasonable for all the parties that are involved in this and all the people for whom there will be consequences from whether this is agreed or not agreed, at least have a little bit of time to go through it. So I'm not convinced that the best way to have launched this was just with Trump and Bibi Netanyahu in the White House, because it reminded me of, when I know you're from the Republic of Ireland, and when I was involved with Tony Blair in the Northern Ireland peace process, this feels a little bit like if the Unionists in Northern Ireland and the British government had got together and said, right, this is the plan for peace, you take it or you leave it, and we want your response in 72 hours. Well, and I know exactly what the response would have been.
Of course, and we're going to come on to the Good Friday Agreement later. You're perhaps someone who knows Sir Tony Blair better than anyone. Is he the right person for this Gaza role, given how controversial he remains in the region?
Well, when I say there are lots of complicated issues that arise from every single point in this 20-point plan, I think we're a long way from that happening in terms of this border peace that Donald Trump says he's going to chair. But look, you're right. I do know Tony Blair very, very well, and I think he is very well suited to the challenges that would come from the sort of role that's being talked about. Partly the Northern Ireland experience, partly also just his experience as a public figure, somebody who's incredibly intelligent, very, 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 very focused on detail in any complex process that he's involved in. And yes, he's a controversial figure, but it's very rare in the modern age in particular that anybody who has held a high-profile position for a long time is not controversial. And I guess the controversy in relation to the Middle East, people will say, well, that focuses on his role in particular in Afghanistan and Iraq in supporting the Americans there. But all I would say is that Tony Blair is not one of those politicians who's kind of left office and then just sort of, gone off to make lots of money. He's done that for sure, but he's done that so that he can run the institute that he runs, and also so that he can stay involved in some of these really difficult, complex situations. So I think he's somebody there whose heart is in the right place, desperately wants this thing to succeed, desperately wants to see peace in the Middle East. And also I think from the perspective of the Palestinian side, I actually think will be making the case constantly. So for example, if you go to the first 2 points of that Gaza plan that Trump and Netanyahu announced, it says Gaza will be a de-radicalized terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. Gaza will be redeveloped for the benefit of the people of Gaza who have suffered more than enough. I sense the hand of Tony Blair in the who have suffered more than enough, and I'm not sure that's something that would have necessarily been put there by the Americans and the Israelis.
As you just stated, Tony Blair is not short of money. Is he doing this out of duty, or is it redemption, or out of his personal legacy?
I think he's doing it because although he's, into his 70s now, he's still got an awful lot of energy. He gets motivated by interesting big challenges. And I think, look, he left office some time ago now, but then he did the job, United Nations Special Envoy for the Quartet. I think he was very frustrated by that role, didn't really have his hands on the levers in the way that maybe he would have liked. And so it was, I think he certainly developed his depth of knowledge that I think is unrivaled for a kind of Western politician. He also made an awful lot of really important contacts on all sides of the argument. And so I think it's a mixture of the things that took him into politics in the first place. He wants to make a difference. He gets excited and inspired and motivated by really big challenges. And above all, he thinks he can make a difference. So, people can call it whatever they want. I think that's the motivation.
As we spoke about earlier, the Good Friday Agreement, Tony Blair, he was instrumental to that. He was one of the linchpins who brought peace into Northern Ireland. He got the IRA to put down their arms. Can he convince Hamas to do the same?
Well, you can see the obvious parallels, but I could also say that there are massive differences. I mean, you know because of your own personal background, you know how difficult that was, you know how bitter the hatreds were. But I think within the context of what's been going on in the Middle East, I think the divisions are in many ways even deeper. I think the hatreds are possibly deeper. But I think what Tony brought to the Good Friday Agreement negotiations, and I think which is what is needed now, and to be fair to Trump, of whom I'm not a big fan, and to be fair to Netanyahu, what they've put down on paper is, I think, the makings of a plan. It's the possible beginnings of a plan. What I think Tony Blair would be very, very good at is understanding the complexities that arise insofar as they relate to everybody. And, decommissioning in the Northern Ireland context was one of the most difficult issues without a doubt, really difficult. And it took time. And it took, when you say, could he persuade Hamas, in the end, what happened within the context of the IRA is that the IRA had to persuade the IRA. There had to be people who were respected to, listened to, felt to be part of the IRA family, as it were, but who then were persuadable that this was the right way to go forward, to pursue their objectives through political means rather than through means of violence. Now, so the conversation, this is why I think it's unrealistic to put this piece of paper down and say within 72 hours, I want to know what you say, and then now saying by Sunday I've got to have an answer or all hell will break loose. There will be lots of discussions going on, I'm imagining, amongst Hamas and their supporters and their allies and their proxies and all the rest of it. So put it this way, it would not just be down to Tony Blair, but the real persuasion has to go on internally. And that will get signals. We're already getting some conflicting signals. You're getting some people who say that they're Hamas sources briefing one section of the media saying this is a non-starter. You get others who say, well, it might be a starter. So that's where that discussion matters. And, all I'm saying is that if and when these things start to fall into place, I think it would not be a bad thing to have Tony around. And speaking of President Trump, as you did, he seems very intent on being a peacemaker. Are you surprised by this? Well, I mean, he fought a campaign in talking about ending wars, ending these forever wars. And I mean, I certainly see somebody who has got this obsession with winning a Nobel Peace Prize. But I think when he talks about the conflicts that he says he's ended, I think life's a bit more complicated than that. And I think there are three conflicts at the moment. But there are plenty of conflicts in the world, but the three that it seems to me require the greatest political focus, where the focus from outside and including from the United States can be brought to bear: Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, and I would also argue Sudan, which is getting next to no attention in the Western media at all, but where the scale of horror and devastation is mind-blowing. Now, I think if you go through those and ask yourself honestly, have things improved? Have the expectations that Donald Trump set when he became president been met? Then I think it's hard to answer that in the affirmative. Ukraine, he said he was going to sort in 24 hours. Now, that may have been a figure of speech, but it wasn't a very careful figure of speech. And you've seen a lot happening. You've seen a lot of diplomatic activity. You saw Putin go to Alaska and have that meeting with Trump. And you saw all sorts of promises of progress that flowed from that, which don't really seem to have been materialized. And likewise, I think what we're seeing in Gaza is off the scale in terms of the suffering of the people there. And I'm not convinced that just putting down a 20-point plan that frankly raises a lot more questions than it at this stage answers. Yes, it shows effort. Yes, it shows commitment. And clearly it's a good thing that he stays engaged in that. But I think in terms of anybody who's ever been involved in a difficult, complicated peace process, I know Trump does things differently and he's been successful at that politically. But I think once you just start thinking you can make the threats, do the bombast, slap the law down and say this happens or, it's my way or the highway, I'm not convinced that's necessarily the best way to go.
Trump has spoken a lot about the Nobel Peace Prize. If he does bring peace to the Middle East, does he deserve it?
Well, look, there was a great phrase, a great sentence uttered by one of Donald Trump's predecessors, Harry Truman, who said it's amazing what a small group of men can achieve provided nobody cares who gets the credit. Why are we even talking about it in the context of whether he gets a prize or not? That's what I mean about people's motivations. When Tony Blair was doing the Northern Ireland peace process, I mean, as it happens, as you know, John Hume and David Trimble, John from the SDLP and David from the Unionist side, they did win the Nobel Peace Prize. And yeah, that was a good thing and it was thoroughly deserved. But I think the idea that that's the motivation for doing this is just all wrong. And it suggests to me frankly, a debate we shouldn't even be having. And this is why I think a lot of people do question the motivation.
Does the motivation matter?
Peace to the Middle East.
Does the motivation matter? If he brings about peace, does he deserve it?
Well, that's down to the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, and lots of people will get nominated. In my view, yeah. I mean, the short answer is that if an enduring peace comes to the Middle East, and if we end up with a situation where Israelis and Palestinians live peacefully and in harmony side by side, then a lot of people who have brought that about will be worthy nominees for all the prizes going. Okay, why I say it doesn't, the motivation is that he reveals virtually every time he speaks about this an obsession with winning a prize. I remember Bill Clinton used to say that sometimes you see politicians and they think they need a blue ribbon for the job. The job is the blue ribbon. You're the most powerful person in the world. You've got an awful lot of power that you can put to good use. Focus on that rather than worrying about whether 5 people in Norway, because that's what it is, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, whether 5 people in Norway decide that your claim to the Nobel Peace Prize is greater or lesser than somebody else. I just think it's a distortion of a debate about something incredibly important.
And if it weren't Trump, Tony Blair, he may be eligible for the award.
Well, same answer, same question. I think, as you said in your introduction, Tony Blair's role in Northern Ireland was heroic and historic. And I think that matters more than whether you get this award or that award. I really do.
Tony Blair has said in the past, you can't make real progress without dealing with Hamas. This is something that really is going to stick in the craw of all of the negotiations.
Well, you say it's going to stick in the craw of all the negotiations. We're talking about a lot of people, a lot of different vested interests, a lot of different countries and organizations who really feel that they have a stake in the outcome of this. And some of them will like some of the people involved and others will dislike them. Some of them will appreciate things that some of the people involved say and others will not. That is just part of any political process. And far more important is whether you can develop the principles on which peace can be built and whether then you can put together the process that allow that to be met. And, what I saw in the Gaza plan that Trump set forward was the possibilities of that. But what I don't think you can say there is a thought through plan with all the answers ready made. This is a conflict that's gone on for a long time. It's been particularly heightened since October 7th, and the situation now in Gaza is off the scale horrific. And anybody who really anybody who has the chance to make a difference in that context, I think should. And I would support anybody who comes in from whichever side they're coming from, who wants to get to a place where there is a peaceful outcome to a horrific war. And so I think we should focus on that. We should actually not run away from the fact that it's complicated. It is complicated. And the reason why I don't necessarily think the best way to go around it is to ultimatums and threats and all the rest of it is because it makes it, and this is what populism does, it makes something that is horrendously complicated, it makes us think that it should be simple to resolve. And I think that that is just not a sensible way to go.
Is this another case of Western powers imposing solutions on the region?
Well, it's certainly a case of a Western power, the United States, being in a position where everybody involved has kind of bought into this idea that Donald Trump has a significant role within this, and he does. Now, I think one of the things that's been detrimental to not just to this situation, but virtually all of the really difficult situations around the world is that there has been an undermining of the United Nations. I think that there's been this sense that the United Nations is there to do humanitarian, it's there to do disaster relief, it's there to try and get food in and so forth. But actually, in terms of the politics, it's been very, very focused on the United States. And as I said earlier, I think it would have been better had there been at least some Palestinian input in a way that allowed them then to be part of that process from the word go, as opposed to there's Trump, there's Netanyahu, here's a plan, 72 hours, take it or leave it.
Moving to UK politics now, you were very much, and in my opinion, you still are, a stalwart figure of the Labour movement, especially post-1997. You, a master of communication, what is your opinion of how the Keir Starmer government has fared?
Well, he's had a tough time. There's no doubt about that. I don't live or die by opinion polls, but I take a look at them, and right now they're not good. And I think he's inherited. I think 1997, as you mentioned, when Tony Blair became Prime Minister, and I worked alongside him. We inherited. There were a lot of problems in the economy and in our public services and our relations with the rest of the world, which we had to fix. But I would argue that the landscape that Keir Starmer inherited just over 12 months ago was far, far worse. We've had over a decade of very, very sluggish growth. We've had public services that are frankly on their knees. And the first year has been difficult, no doubt about that. And we've also, frankly, had to pick up the pieces of Brexit. And Labour are trying to fix some of that. I think that the conference they had last week went well from their perspective. I think they were able to steady the ship in terms of all the stuff that had been around about Keir Starmer's leadership. I think there was a pretty clear direction about what they want to do for the country. And they had a much clearer sense of who the enemy was. And that is this sort of right-wing nationalist populism that's represented in the UK by Nigel Farage. I think if I was summing it up, I would say a very tough first year, not going to get much easier in the second year, but the direction clearer than it was, and we're a long way off the next election.
And yourself, as a master of PR, what advice would you give to Keir Starmer?
I don't think it's about PR in the end. I mean, look, I think the government could communicate better. There's no doubt about that. But, and again, the landscape for communication is a lot more complicated than it was when I was around.
There was no social media.
I think I would say be bolder and there was no social media. 24/7 News was really just starting, as opposed to now when it's kind of omnipresent and proliferation of channels. I also think the public have become, not least because of social media, become maybe more demanding, less forgiving, less understanding, less tolerant of politicians. But I would say be bolder and be more confident. You've got a big majority. Use it to deliver the change that you said you were going to do, and be bold and confident in how you go about that.
Are you finished with frontline politics? Have you ever been tempted to go back, or have you ever been approached to go back?
Well, I don't know. It's funny. I don't know how you define frontline politics. I'm still involved in politics. I co-present the UK's top podcast. The rest is Politics, which is a way of staying involved in politics. I work with different politicians and different governments and parties in different parts of the world. I just do it in a different way. Would I be tempted to go back and try to help the Labour government now? I speak to a lot of their senior politicians often. I give advice if I'm asked to. But I actually do think that the landscape of politics has changed so much that I'd like to hope there are people half my age who know twice as much about the way that the modern media works. So I'll let them get on with it.
I think that's willful thinking, Alistair. Andy Burnham, there's been a lot of talk about him. He appears to be waiting in the wings. Do you think he could become the Prime Minister one day?
Well, look, you know, Andy's a very, very good mayor of Manchester. He's a very effective political leader. And, you know, I think the more we have good politicians in politics, the better. But I think that the one thing that got pretty well settled at the conference in the last few days is that Keir Starmer is going to be in there for some time.
Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform UK, he's someone who's not struggling in the polls. In fact, they're soaring. Does this puzzle you, especially after his role in Brexit?
Well, I'm puzzled. I am puzzled in part because of Brexit, because the fact is that Nigel Farage he's been on the scene for a long time. European Parliament, and then I think 8 elections. He tried to get into the Westminster Parliament, finally made it last time round. He's a very effective campaigner. He's a very effective communicator. But his one big contribution to British history so far is the central role he played in Brexit. Brexit, which he's now promising vote reform and will make your life better. People should remember, he said, give us Brexit and we'll make your life better. It's taken 5% out of the economy. It's made Britain poorer and weaker and less respected in the world. And that is on Nigel Farage. So I think his relative success, and I wouldn't overstate it, he's doing pretty well in the polls at the moment. And he's doing so because he is picking up an awful lot of support from people who are just, frankly, think the Conservatives totally lost the plot, which they did, which is why they got hammered in the last election. And he's picking up some support, less than from the Tories, but some support from people who were Labour and wanted more from Labour when they came into power. But there's a long way to go to the election. And I think that there are so many. The more Nigel Farage starts to think he could be Prime Minister, and the more that the public start to think that might be a realistic option, the more that the scrutiny and the pressure will be applied. And over 3 years, I will happily come back and talk to you in 3 years' time. And if he's still soaring in the polls, to use your phrase, I'd be surprised. OK, but we'll see. Politics, it's volatile. It's very unpredictable right now. Labour still has a big majority. They can do things. They should get on and do those things. They should fix the economy, fix public services, continue to repair the damage that Farage and Johnson and co did through Brexit. And then we'll see where we are in 3 years.
And speaking of Johnson, as you just did, do you think he is the one to revive the Conservative Party?
I think if the Tories brought back Boris Johnson, they really do have a death wish.
We're just out of time. Alistair Campbell, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. All the best.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today. It's right here on Al Arabiya News.
First of all, we are very excited to have this regional hub established in Riyadh. It coincides also with a 50-year partnership that has been extremely productive over the years. But I see it actually as a bigger undertaking. As you know, the World Bank is probably best known for its financial support to developing countries, but we are at the same time also a knowledge bank. We have gathered an enormous amount of experience, knowledge of different development experience from Asia to Africa to Latin America. And so we would like that to put the whole knowledge bank on a new level. That means how we work with each other, how we experiences are shared, and we would like to do that together with the countries. So therefore, I think it is very important that we capture the richness of the diversity of the membership. And this means that Saudi Arabia has some very interesting experiences, development experience that it could share with the world. Equally, we would like to continue with a strong advisory role to the Saudi government. So we thought that first this comes all nicely together, but we would not want to see that only Saudi specific, but that Saudi Arabia has a role to play regionally and globally, and we very much welcome this role.
Can you give us an update on the Global Knowledge Hub, which was recently established in Saudi Arabia about a year ago, and what role did it play in job creation?
Well, what is very important is what the Saudi government has been doing, for example, on the digital agenda, as well as artificial intelligence. I saw firsthand, for example, the Seha hospital, that is the first virtual hospital and is serving 230 hospitals here in the kingdom. This is actually fascinating because it is not only a great experience here, but it could be a very important experience for countries that have similar challenges around the globe. Another example is how the Saudi government has been easing doing business for startups, how to set up companies. You can here now set up a company within minutes. I saw that yesterday, and I was quite impressed about this. And I asked also which other countries have that ability. And right now there is no country that can actually establish a company that fast. So these are type of experience where we think that this knowledge hub is going to be important. Now, how does that link then to the jobs agenda? Clearly, if you are encouraging young kids to start companies, and you have to go through an everlasting bureaucratic slew of regulations that you cannot even quickly establish a company, you're not going to encourage entrepreneurship, but also investing. I think these are the type of things where we are seeing that it is important to create the enabling conditions for investment, for entrepreneurship, for initiative. And I think these are very valuable lessons that we can learn, and what we hope also to see certainly in Saudi Arabia, that it will also have a great effect on the labor market.
In an ever-shifting environment and with the constant changes happening in the job market, what role does the World Bank play in job creation, and to what extent does the private sector contribute to the availability of opportunities?
So first, the dimensions. In the next 10 years, about 1.2 billion young people will reach the labor market. Projections, which should not be destiny, suggests that only 400 million will find jobs. So there's a huge gap. So that means how can we actually close that gap, create actually opportunity, but also hope for the new generation to thrive in life. That means that the World Bank has been saying we should all focus laser sharp on job creation, particularly for young people, and we have to do that through different angles. One is clearly to create the enabling environment. What you have been doing, for example, to ease the opening of a firm is a great way of starting. Secondly, we will need enabling investments that can be from education to infrastructure is very important. But then thirdly, the public sector will not create the jobs that are needed. It will be the private sector. So there we need to see what is actually prevented the private sector to actually do even more than what they are doing now. And that means to look at issues that constrain their activities, but also to see how can we actually encourage them to embrace digitalization, AI, discover foreign markets. So those kind of things will need to be done. We are actually active in all of those three areas. The World Bank is also actually a World Bank group, so we have two strong private sector arms and two public sector arms. They will need to have to work together with governments, but also with the private sector to make it happen. We are actually quite optimistic that if we actually encourage this collaboration cross-border, but also across sectors, public and private sector, we have a good fighting chance to make progress. But we will need to work together, and we need to actually really use great experience across the globe, including in Saudi Arabia, to learn, adapt, and actually good experience. How can we scale that not only here, but elsewhere in the world?
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Mr. Mark Hughes, thank you for your time and for this interview. How is the IBM seeing the evolvement of the cyber threat, especially here in the Middle East?
Yeah, well, the cyber threat landscape is really getting worse, I'm afraid. Firstly, we have much more complexity happening globally in most organizations in terms of implementation of new exciting things like AI. What that means is that organizations' IT environments are getting more complex. That affords more opportunity for attackers. So the threat landscape actually is becoming more complicated, more difficult to deal with. Now, here at IBM, we produce the cost of data breach report, and that actually gives some statistics. So if we think about the Middle East, the average cost of a cyber incident in our latest report is 27 million Saudi riyals. So it gives you some idea. These are very big things when things go wrong. It costs a lot. So the threat landscape is getting more complicated, more difficult to deal with, and is very costly when things go wrong. And here in the Middle East, specifically, there's some sectors like oil and gas, for example, and energy that are targeted very heavily as well. So specifically in the Middle East, there's quite a bit that organizations have to be really aware of and really focused on to ensure that they're not victims of these types of attacks.
How do you see that, how the regulatory bodies are responding to this threat, especially here in Saudi, if you have had the chance to follow up this experience here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I have to say that the Saudi 2030 vision, the inspiring vision that exists here in the Kingdom, means that there's a big change in the digital infrastructure nationally. And of course, with that comes the regulation that is happening. And we see the National Cyber Authority, the NCA, and other agencies here in the Kingdom really being right at the forefront of thinking about regulations. Humane, for example, in terms of how AI is being looked at in the Kingdom. All of these things that are happening mean that the Kingdom is really thinking hard about how to get the regulation right to help businesses and to really ensure that they can then really benefit from the technical advancements that are happening and really realising the 2030 vision. And here at IBM, we've really been working with those agencies lockstep throughout formulating the vision and really helping where we can, bringing our global expertise to ensure that those bodies, those regulatory bodies, can be right at the forefront to really enable organisations to be equipped to realise the exciting 2030 vision here in the Kingdom.
We're going through a digital transformation. We're getting more people online. So this needs some more cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. What do you think is the most urgent challenge here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I think one of the things that's working really well, and here at IBM we're working with MCIT, for example, to increase capacity and skills. So with MCIT we're building 100,000 new skills here in the Kingdom, so really making sure that people understand not only how to, in my world, defend against the type of risks that come with, for example, things like AI, but also really making sure that those skills can be deployed to really embrace and take advantage of the new technology as well to realise the 2030 Saudi vision.
Speaking about AI, do you think it's helping or complicating this challenge?
Well, Abada, that's a great question. Both. So firstly, when it comes to attackers, we see that they are now starting to use AI tooling against us. And so a really good example of that we see, for example, is with phishing emails. So, we're all used to getting phishing emails, and they used to be badly worded and everything. Now that's going away. Now we look at phishing emails. Threat actors are using AI to generate phishing emails. So that's a really small example, but a really important example where most of us can see really realistically what's happening today in terms of how attackers are using AI tools. But there's many other things that they use AI for as well. On the defensive side, it really gives us an accelerated way to deal with that complexity that I was talking about before. So what that really means is we see things like where we are deploying in IBM our agentic AI that now speeds up our ability to respond to alerts over twice as fast as we've done in the past, and to be more accurate as well. So it's really taking, with our agentic AI here at IBM, our ability to help our clients speed up, be more accurate, and stay one step ahead of the attackers. So that AI and use of it defensively is really foundational and important to defend against the type of attacks that we're seeing.
Great insights, Mr. Mark. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed.
President Barroso, thank you for this interview. I've listened to you speaking in the panel. You were saying that we are already in a hybrid war. So how does the war in Ukraine change the European thinking about cybersecurity, both in terms of spending and in terms of regional cooperation?
I think it has been a real game changer. The invasion, the full scale of invasion of Ukraine by Russia, more than 2 years ago. Until recently, Europe was what I've been calling a geopolitical teenager. Very important economically, very important in trade terms, but not really caring about its own defense and so-called hard power. And now it's changing. Europe is now becoming much more assertive on that matter. Some decisions are being taken to make Europe strong from a defense point of view. Of course, in the framework of NATO, because most European Union countries are members of NATO, but inside NATO, reinforcing the so-called European identity of security and defense. The fact is that today, unfortunately, we are already in a cyber war. A lot of events confirm it. Cyber attacks coming from Russia, disinformation attacks, including sabotage of submarine cables, some disruption. And so hopefully we should not come to a full-scale war. That is not desirable. We should try to avoid all developments in that direction. But we have to be firm to show Mr. Putin that it's not good for him and for Russia if he continues to these provocations against European countries. And that's the sense of the decisions taken just yesterday by the European leaders in the European Council in Denmark of making, let's say, exercise of the European vulnerabilities and investing massively to avoid this kind of vulnerabilities in the future.
But there's a story of success for Ukraine in defending its systems. Yeah.
And that's been studied. By the way, I've been recently in touch with some leaders of Ukraine, including military leaders that I met in a conference in UK, in fact. And it's amazing how successful the Ukrainians have been, for instance, in terms of their electronic warfare, electronic protection of their territory. Ukraine is much smaller than Russia. President Putin thought that he could take Kiev in less than 2 weeks. He said it to me once. When I was president of the Commission, I was in after the invasion of Crimea. He told me that if they wanted, they could take Kiev in less than 2 weeks. As you see, it's not so easy because the Ukrainian people has shown remarkable courage and resilience. And in fact, when there is this kind of urgency, when we have a war, people develop some capabilities that they did not have before, because the sense of urgency is very important for innovation. And what Ukrainians are doing, certainly with the support of some European and Western powers, but in terms of their cybersecurity capabilities, is really impressive. I can testify to that. And by the way, we are now learning and importing from Ukraine some of that expertise.
But beyond Europe, you've been advocating the international cooperation in cybersecurity. Do you think that the international cooperation is generally possible, taking into consideration the fragmentation on the international area?
Honestly speaking, it's more difficult now because we have a fragmented world. Unfortunately, I'm a multilateralist. I will be in favor of cooperation globally, sincere cooperation. What happens today is that cybersecurity is linked to some developments in technology. And many of these technologies are dual-use technologies. They are great technologies for civilian purposes, for instance, for health. That's amazing, the progress we can achieve thanks to AI. But at the same time, they are weapons, they are technology that can be used for war. And that's why full-scale, sincere cooperation globally is difficult. We are seeing some cooperation in some regions, and we are seeing some interesting experience like this one here in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, in fact, I think from that point of view, can be called a role model, because this global cybersecurity forum that is already becoming a tradition is a space, a platform where people from all over the world, Saudi government can speak all over the world, and to have some platforms of cooperation. And there are some areas where some cooperation is possible, and we should, of course, develop those areas.
But what would be the platform for this cooperation? You have the Budapest Convention that was declared in 2004. Do you think that this could be an international platform, given that superpowers like China and Russia and India never signed it?
The problem is that with those conventions and treaties, and I'm a lawyer by training, one thing is there are countries that don't accept on the grounds of sovereignty these kind of conventions. They don't sign them or they don't ratify them when they sign it. And even after they sign and ratify, sometimes, to be frank, the level of cooperation is not ideal. So because of overall mistrust, because cyber is dealing with data. And data today is critically important from a sovereignty point and security point of view. This is why I'm skeptical, to be honest, about the success of those conventions. The Budapest Convention was there. In fact, it was a European initiative. Many countries have signed and ratified it. I think that could be a basis, but I'm skeptical about the commitment on the true implementation of those principles now.
I guess the sharing of data may be one of the hurdles for this cooperation. But could the alternative be sharing the information and sharing the data between groups, between the European group, GCC group, Asia, ASEAN?
It's already happening to some extent in Europe. We have developed that European Union. Yes, there are now formal legislation approved and implemented. There are systems of cooperation. That happens, and I believe the same can or happen in regional groupings like ASEAN or the Gulf Cooperation Council. That is more likely and more realistic, because there let's say the trust among the members is certainly higher than among the biggest powers in the world now. As we see now, the United Nations Security Council is blocked. I'm afraid to say it's blocked because some of the big powers, they simply do not accept decisions taken by the majority. They veto those decisions. So it's difficult. But maybe we should, in spite of these difficulties, we should continue to find all possible spaces of dialogue, like this one here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia.
Last question is a personal question. You've been visiting Riyadh for a long time. How are your impressions changing about Riyadh from one year to another?
I think it's modernizing a lot, development, physical development. I see every time I come here, I see more buildings, some of them with extremely nice architecture, very modern. But also what I most welcome is the change in behavior. I think now the society is much more relaxed. Young people and also women, men and women, the relationship are different. From my point of view, it's a positive development, because first time I came here, it was much more difficult, to be honest. We saw more rigid norms, and now from a societal point of view, I think there is more openness, and I certainly welcome this.
Thank you for your time.
UN sanctions are back on and negotiations are still off. Is the current impasse between Iran and the West at a dangerous inflection point? Tehran says it will no longer cooperate with nuclear inspectors, and Israel has threatened renewed strikes. Will the reimposition of Iran sanctions backfire? That debate coming up here on Counterpoints.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
UN sanctions are back on and negotiations are still off. Is the current impasse between Iran and the West at a dangerous inflection point? Tehran says it will no longer cooperate with nuclear inspectors, and Israel has threatened renewed strikes. Will the reimposition of Iran sanctions backfire? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nusafora. It's been 3.5 months since the bombing campaign between Iran and Israel ended, but the crux of that conflict was never resolved. Iran's nuclear program remains a contentious issue, except now, unlike before, there are limited diplomatic channels open, and Iran says it has no plans for renewed negotiations.
They have now resorted to the snapback mechanism, and look at the outcomes. Nothing has changed, and the issues remain unresolved. In fact, it has made diplomacy even more challenging and complicated.
That snapback mechanism the foreign minister is referring to are UN sanctions. After being lifted a decade ago as part of the 2015 nuclear deal, they're back because Britain, France and Germany accuse Iran of breaching its nuclear commitments. Iran says the return of sanctions invalidates the deal, meaning it won't comply with another facet of the agreement, cooperation with nuclear inspectors. That has angered Israel, which has threatened renewed strikes, and the US has raised eyebrows by moving some of its military assets around the region. So, on this show, we'll ask, has the reimposition of sanctions on Iran backfired? Without diplomacy, is another conflict inevitable? And at a time of heightened regional tension, is a spillover a real danger? Stay with us. Joining the discussion on the prospect of renewed diplomacy or further fighting between Iran and Israel is Elliot Abrams, the former US Special Envoy for Iran, who currently serves as Senior Fellow for Middle Eastern Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Jonathan Shaw is back with us, a former head of the UK military's Special Forces and a former British military attaché in Israel. And rounding out our panel is Kurt Mills, the Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. Gentlemen, thank you all so much for being with us here on Counterpoints. Now, when UN economic and military sanctions against Iran were lifted in 2015, it was considered a landmark victory for international diplomacy. 10 years on, that is a distant memory. Britain, France and Germany have accused Iran of violating the agreement, triggering these snapback sanctions. They came back into force at the end of September, prompting Iran to dig his heels in and withdraw cooperation with UN nuclear watchdogs. Mr. Abrams, Elliot, let's start with you. Has the reimposition of sanctions backfired? Instead of pressuring Iran, has it made it more steadfast and effectively put an end to the prospect of diplomatic agreements?
I don't think so. I think Iran has been engaging in so many violations that the sanctions were warranted. The IAEA reporting over the course of 2025 has listed all of the violations. I think negotiations are still possible. I don't know if the regime in Tehran really wants them, because in a negotiation, they would need to give up a good deal. So I doubt that you'll see much in the way of serious negotiations, at least in what remains of this year.
Kurt, what do you think? Does Iran not want negotiations? And do you think there's still a possibility?
To the extent that we understand it, I think Iran is a two-track society. You saw the statement by the Supreme Leader while Iran's more moderate faction was in the UN in New York last month, who basically tried to seemingly thwart any sort of unplanned run-in with U.S. officials that might have happened at the UN. And of course, hardliners in Trump's administration also worked to prevent that. So I think it is not super clear what the Iranians want. I think the leadership, Pezeshkian and Araghchi, do want to do a deal. But since the needless aggression that started in June of this year, it's not clear how committed the Trump administration is to reopening it. I think factions on both sides are interested in this, but they're fighting each other. So it's a civil war in each country.
I'm going to bring you in, Jonathan, in just a moment. But Elliot, I saw you have a little chuckle there. What do you take issue with of what Kurt has said?
Well, the fact that there are differing views does not suggest a civil war. It just suggests that people may disagree as to what is the best policy. I don't really go for the, moderates in the Kremlin, old idea. Now it's moderates in Tehran. And I certainly don't agree about the phrase needless aggression. It's very clear from the IAEA reporting that the Iranian regime was getting closer and closer and closer to building a nuclear weapon. No country has ever enriched uranium to 60%, which they did, without building a nuclear weapon. So preventing them from doing that, I think, was wise policy.
Jonathan, given your military background, what do you think? Was it needless aggression? Was it justified? And do you think that the reimposition of these sanctions has been a bit of a diplomatic miscalculation?
Well, I think the original diplomatic miscalculation was Trump's withdrawal from the original deal, which actually, I think, I was in Herzliya Security Conference in Israel on the day that he was going to announce that. And I remember Victoria Nuland, myself, and the head of Mossad were asked whether we thought it was a good idea to pull out of that agreement. And we all agreed it was a stupid idea to pull out. You'd gain nothing from it. And so indeed it has been proved. And many commentators are now saying that if Trump could get back to the agreement that he then pulled out of 10 years ago, he'd be very happy. So I think the whole thing's been mishandled right since that time. For now, I think that I think the attack of Israel on Iran was pretty opportunistic. I think they were on a bit of a roll. I think they were just rolling back enemies left, right, and center. So I think it was more opportunistic than strategic. In fact, I'm decidedly questioning whether Israel has got a strategic plan apart from just destroying all its enemies and pursuing a greater Israel. It doesn't really pursue political tracks, it pursues military tracks, and that's why it's quite hard to have a discussion about political ends when actually all they're using are military means. So I find them quite difficult to read.
Kurt, I'm going to come to you and get you to pick up on that. But Elliot, what's your take on what Jonathan's saying, particularly with regards to those comments about Israel's aggression?
Yeah. Israel and Iran had been going at each other indirectly for a very long time. Covert actions, for example, attacks on Israeli embassies, for example. But the Iranians changed the script by a direct attack on Israel, something that hadn't happened before. They're the ones who changed the rules and said, no more of this covert stuff. Now we attack each other directly. So I think that is the prerequisite for the Israeli strike on Iran. It wasn't they who changed the rules. It was Iran who did.
Kurt, pick up on that. What do you think about what Elliot's saying? And also, with these retaliatory sanctions in place, Iran has withdrawn its cooperation with nuclear inspectors. So what's stopping it now from doing whatever it wishes?
Well, I mean, not the most. So that calls into question the entire line of thinking that we've taken the last 5 to 10 years in the United States in both administrations, Biden and Trump. But I just have to say, I disagree with the entire cast of mind. And this is no surprise, I assume, to him, of Mr. Abrams. He paints a picture of Iran as this menacing, all-powerful entity in the Middle East, and Israel as a besieged, an isolated country. The reality is that Iran is quite weak, and that it is a desperate state that obviously has a few cards. And if we are really concerned about nuclear proliferation, there was a deal forget the JCPOA, there was a deal on the table in April, which is better than JCPOA. The enrichment levels were nowhere near 60. They were below 4, and the administration could have taken it. And frankly, activists within the United States play on the president's, I'd say, phobia of details about this. There is a clear conflation by the White House of zero enrichment with no nuclear weapon. 3.5% enrichment is not nuclear grade. It's not nuclear weapons grade. And that was a deal that was on offer. There were better offers than happened under the Obama deal, above ground inspections. The Iranians want to make a deal. Yeah. Are they autocrats? Do they have their own reasons for doing certain things? Sure. But the reality is a pragmatic wing exists within Tehran, and they were willing to ink a deal with Trump. And Trump, to his credit, got way closer to this than Biden ever did. After, of course, Trump left the first deal, and he allowed neoconservative elements in the United States and in Israel to sabotage it.
Elliot, do you want to comment on that in particular?
There's a pattern among American, what I call isolationists, even when Donald Trump is president, to say that he and everybody around him is just putty in the hands of the so-called neoconservatives, of whom there are probably 5 alive in the United States at any given time. I think Trump has shown that he's not putty. I disagree with some things he's done and agree with others, but I think it's hard to make the case that he just gets pushed around by everybody around him. There's been actually a great campaign to keep neoconservatives out of this administration, and it's been a reasonably successful one. So I don't see that. And as to Iran being weak, I agree with that today. But I think you'd be hard-pressed to find people who were saying that prior to the Israeli attack that eliminated Iran's air defenses Prior to that, if you go back, particularly before, go back 2 years, before October 7th, 2023, everybody believed that Israel would never attack Iran because of the existence of Hezbollah and the threat that it posed. Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders had been threatening Iran for 25 years. American presidents, one after the other, had been threatening Iran for about 25, 30 years. But I think the Iranians had become persuaded, as many Americans were, as many analysts were, that this was never going to happen, partly because of Hezbollah. The elimination of Hezbollah, the direct Iranian attack, changed the game a lot.
Jonathan, what do you make of that?
Yes, well, all these disputes end up looking for the original sin, and everyone disagrees who the original sin was and therefore who to blame. Just an observation: after the France and America and Britain overthrew Gaddafi with American help, I remember visiting some generals in Egypt. And they said to me, looking back over the last few years, what's the conclusion we draw? First of all, if you don't want to get invaded, get a nuclear weapon. Second, once you start getting a nuclear weapon, never stop, because the West never gives you any credit for stopping. And I thought, yeah, well, that's the voice of the region. And I think that's probably right. And I think our policy in the Middle East of the last 20 years has been pretty disastrous, and we're reaping the consequences now. So frankly, I think there's absolutely no point in looking for original sin, because we're all guilty of incompetence, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. And therefore, you've got to look at things how they stand. I think Israel's greatest danger at the moment is rather reflecting something that my IDF chums used to say when I used to deal with them. By the way, I was never the MA in Israel. I was the senior point of liaison from the British military to Israel for something like 3 or 4 years. But it meant I used to bounce around the Middle East. And when I was talking to the Egyptians, that sort of comment came out. So I think what my IDF friends used to say was that, I'd say to them, what's the biggest threat to Israel? And they'd say, ourselves. And I would say that is manifesting itself now in Israel, that the extremists in Israel are holding the rest of Israel hostage. And I think the Ben Gvir Smoklik, right-wing religious nationalists, are doing Israel untold damage. And just to show an example of an article in the Financial Times, normally quite supportive of Israel, called Israel Alone. And I think what we're seeing here is the threat of Israel being very isolated on the world stage, particularly after its attacks on Qatar, which then led to 50 representatives of 50 Muslim countries gathering to discuss what they're going to do about Israel, who are now, I think, widely seen in the Middle East as the greatest threat to their security. This is a major strategic blow by Netanyahu, I would say.
Kurt, I could see you sort of nodding along.
Yeah, I mean, isolationism is, of course, a slur, and look, I'll call anybody what they want to be called. So if Abrams doesn't want to be called a neocon, then by all means. But clearly, there's disagreement within the United States about how to approach this. Clearly, there's disagreements within the right and within the Republican Party how to approach this. The level of opposition to not only the strikes in Iran in June, but also to the ongoing military and diplomatic support to the atrocities in Gaza is picking up in the Republican Party, both in the media and in senior politicians. People like Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson are not nobodies in the MAGA movement. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene are not nobodies in the Congress. This stuff is relevant. And I do agree that, there is isolationism, but the only isolationism is being driven out of Jerusalem, and to the degree to which Washington is a co-signer on that. That is what is isolating the United States, not a desire to resolve conflicts diplomatically and without war.
Mm-hmm. Your response, Elliot?
Well, a couple of things. One, I don't think it's crazy for Iran to seek a nuclear weapon. That is, if you try, in a sense, a value-free way to look at their situation in the world, I don't think it was crazy for Pakistan to seek a nuclear weapon, for example, since they have and will always have conventional inferiority to India. I don't think it's crazy for Iran to seek one. But that doesn't mean that the United States should permit it to happen. And I think it's now 5 presidents in a row who've said, we're not going to let it happen. And majorities in Congress have repeatedly said, we're not going to let it happen. And I guess I disagree with Kurt on the opinion polls. That is, the polls I've seen in the last, well, this year, but even in the last month or two, suggest that Trump voters remain quite supportive of the president and his foreign policy and supported the strike on Iran. The president, you may remember, was dismissive of Tucker Carlson's criticism. And it seems not to, I would say the polls suggest, it seems not to have dented Trump's support among Trump voters. That may, you may like that or not like that, but I don't think the polls suggest that someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene has any real impact in Congress. It's a strange thing, actually, because Carlson has become, quite famous, but he doesn't seem to be denting Republican support for the president.
I think there's deference to any commander in chief. So I think that Trump could do just about anything. There's a fear of the other side. People are glad that Kamala Harris isn't the president, including a lot of Democrats. And so when the president takes a course of action and Americans aren't immediately sent home in body bags, I think there's a deference. But I think these fissures on the right are relevant. And if things were to go topsy-turvy, if the macro conditions in the United States were to change, if the United States were to enter the recession and the U.S. was suddenly in a war in Iran, underwriting a war in Israel, and in a war in Venezuela, then a redux of the George W. Bush second term is very on offer. If we were having this conversation in October of 2005, the idea that the Bush administration would end in tears would have seemed extreme, but it only took 36 months for that to happen.
Look, let's move on to our next segment because, there are such, as you all sort of expressed, such diverse takes on what Iran has, what they should be allowed to have, what the US will accept, what Israel will accept. Many regional experts suggest that Israel's strikes on Iran may have only been the opening move in an ongoing conflict. Hardliners in both countries, as some of our panellists have expressed, are adverse to further negotiations. They want more conflict, but both hold diametrically opposing views on what an acceptable deal would look like. Jonathan, given the lack of talks on the horizon, Iran says it's no longer interested. Diplomacy's not off the table, but they don't have anything scheduled. Is another conflict inevitable now? Without diplomacy, is conflict next?
Well, I hope not. But as I said before, we've got to be clear what our approach to this is. The way we in Britain have traditionally viewed counterinsurgency or these sort of operations is that there has to be a political objective in mind and that the military action must support that line. And that military action on its own achieves nothing but death and destruction and generally makes things worse. So you've got to say, what is the political point of military action? And, hence the criticism in Britain about the Israeli invasion of Gaza, in that it doesn't seem linked to any political end state. And you can see that Israel is massively divided on that. So if you're talking about conflict over Iran, you've got to say, what is the political end state that all sides are pursuing? And I think Iran's just pursuing survival at the moment. And Israel, well, I'm not sure what it's pursuing. If it's pursuing regime change, then it shows that Israel has learned absolutely nothing from the regime changes that the United States, with its Western allies, has been embarked on for the last 20 years. This idea that you change the regime and therefore end up with a bright, shiny new government that works to your interests is just disproved by history time and time again. So I'm at a bit of a loss what people think the idea of regime change, which was mentioned by Elliot earlier. I can't see the point. I think it would be self-defeating and I would not support it in any way.
Mr. Abrams, Elliot, Is regime change the end goal here?
Well, regime change is certainly something we should all want. Here I would, I think, disagree with Jonathan in the sense that there's a lot of evidence that the people of Iran would like to get rid of this regime. They never voted for an Islamic Republic. I think it's pretty clear they don't want an Islamic Republic. They want a democracy. And there is no particular reason to think that's impossible in Iran, not with the level of economic development, the level of literacy. That's what they wanted when they overthrew the Shah. And I think most Iranians still want that.
I think so.
That doesn't mean it should be our policy. But it certainly, I mean, I would like to see a democratic regime in Russia, too. That doesn't mean our policy should be regime change. But I think when it comes to the military side of this, I think the United States and Israel have a common goal here, which is that this regime cannot be allowed to get nuclear weapons. I would not be terrified if the Japanese decided to develop a nuclear weapon or the Canadians decided to do so. Iran is a rather different matter because of the nature of the regime. I think it's just simply too dangerous to allow those leaders in that Islamic Republic, which continues now, 45 years after the revolution, to say death to America, death to Israel every day. It's just too dangerous to let them have a nuclear weapon.
Kurt, do you think President Trump would risk his chance at a Nobel Peace Prize to have governmental change in Iran, if that is indeed an end goal on the table?
He already has. I mean, perhaps he's getting poor advice and has a poor understanding of what's likely to give him the Nobel Peace Prize. But having been nominated by an ICC indicted war criminal is not exactly the quickest way to impress the Nobel Committee. Having the, some random minister in Pakistan endorse him for the Nobel Peace Prize is not exactly the way to impress the Nobel Committee. That is the sort of rogues gallery he has assembled since June, unfortunately. The way to do it, because I think the Russia-Ukraine controversy is going to be very controversial in Europe if the war winds up, is to shock the world and resolve the Middle East problem. The Iran problem, which of course is somewhat separate from the Gaza problem, but the Israelis don't see it that way, right? The Israelis see Iran as the head of the snake that supports Hezbollah and obviously Hamas. And so I think that's the only way that he gets it, which is avoiding an all-out war in Iran and reining Netanyahu in. We can talk about how popular the Islamic Republic really is. The fact is that it has survived for 46 years. The fact is that the U.S. shouldn't be involved in picking winners and losers in societies that we don't understand. I don't think that's worked out very well. And this is what I'm sort of talking about, and I don't mean to create a pall of conspiracy about this, but there's a lot of loose talk. Right? I mean, this happened in the mid-June crisis where Trump tweeted out, MIGA, make Iran great again. And why not regime change? That was clearly an element of what was going on. And all the reporting, and I will compliment the Israelis for this, they have a great media. All the reporting was that the Netanyahu administration was obviously flirtatious at minimum with this kind of talk. And so that is the real pretext. That is the real justification of what we're doing here. And I just don't think it will, serve the Iranian people to have a military overthrow of their regime. If they want to change their regime, they can do it themselves organically. And number two, what does this have to do with the United States?
Jonathan?
Well, 5 presidents in a row have answered your question and have said, we are not going to let Iran get a nuclear weapon because it is too dangerous for the United States. So they disagree with you, presidents of both parties.
All right, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, the American voter has thought the country's going in the wrong direction for decades now. And Trump himself is not exactly a normal guy who gets elected president. I think we definitely need a paradigm shift in this country.
Whatever that means.
So listening to American commentators on America's attitude to Israel, which is, by the way, according to all the figures I see, shifting, and there's less and less support for Israel, certainly its action in Gaza. People are answering your question, Elliot, about the 5 successive presidents. The impression comes across that that's because AIPAC tells them to do that, and that no president would survive who opposed the AIPAC vote. So I'm not putting too much credibility on that. I'm going to ask you an interesting question that, it seems to me pertinent. Why shouldn't Iran have a nuclear bomb? Is the Iran regime necessarily more bonkers than, say, Pakistan or India or any other country that illegally has, nuclear weapons? What is so fundamentally... I've had this discussion with IDF people at length, and they accept the military logic that if Iran was to launch a nuclear missile against Israel, it would be suicide for Iran. So the question the assumption you would seem to be making is that Iran is necessarily suicidal and would sacrifice itself in order to wipe out Israel. And I just think that's straight wrong. I mean, I see no evidence for that.
Elliot?
Yes. Iran is a different and much more theologically based regime than the military dictatorships that come and go in Pakistan. And if you would be willing to risk the survival of your country on that, that's fine. They don't say death to Britain every day. They were quite hostile to Britain, actually. And it was only 5 years ago that they last invaded the British embassy. They keep doing it every 5 or 10 years. But they're more hostile to the United States and to Israel. And I believe it was Rafsanjani who once said that Israel was a one-bomb country. So that's a risk that I think Israelis are not willing to take. And I guess I'd go with our last 5 presidents rather than with Kurt on the definition of what is the American interest here. It's not in the American interest, for example, that North Korea have a nuclear weapon. And we tried to stop it. We tried to stop it through diplomacy, and we failed. I think it would be a much more dangerous world if the non-proliferation efforts that have been made since World War II, which have not really failed. I mean, there aren't that many countries that have nuclear weapons. And it's, atomic weaponry is about 100-year-old technology now. Well, 80-year-old technology, let's say. It's remarkable that so few countries have managed to get atomic weaponry. And it's not going to be a safer world if more get it. I do believe the Saudis, the Egyptians and others, the Turks, when they say on and off the record, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, we are getting a nuclear weapon. Mohammed bin Salman said that in so many words. That's not going to make the world safer, I think, particularly, again, when you're dealing with a theocracy here in Iran that continues to say death to America, death to Israel. Now, maybe you don't take that seriously. I take it a little more seriously.
Kurt, do you want to weigh in on any of that?
Sure. I mean, I think, though, it's a false choice. I mean, so while I kind of agree that the Iranians getting a nuclear weapon might not change the world, we also don't have to take that gamble, right? There was a deal on offer in the spring, right? And so if we're really just committed to nuclear nonproliferation here, a U.S. administration should drive a hard bargain and then sign a deal. And that's what Obama did. And Trump thought he could do better, and that's what he cited for tearing it up in the spring of 2018. And then he didn't sign a new deal. Then he got reelected president in 24, and he tried to sign a new deal. Clearly, when he announced those negotiations, he was seated next to Benjamin Netanyahu, who was unhappy with that. So what are we really talking about here? We're talking about that the Israelis have an inordinate amount of influence in our politics that I think are unacceptable. And the Israelis don't want a deal, or the Netanyahu administration doesn't want a deal, but he's been in power on and off for 25 years, so it's really hard to distinguish.
Let's talk military movements, Jonathan. Iran says the movements of US military assets to the region is provocative. Do you think it is? Do you think the US and Israel, by the look of the chess pieces setting up on the board there, are preparing for more strikes?
I would be surprised and disappointed if if Trump was interested in any more war in the Middle East. He's just declared peace there. It's frequently publicized as one of his great achievements. His every 2 weeks another peace agreement. That's one of them. So if war broke out again, it would be rather a slap in the face to his track record of creating peace. So I personally don't think these are a prelude to war. Of course, I could be wrong, but I don't think they are. No.
Elliot, what do you think? Does Iran have a point that this movement of US military assets appears to be provocative?
I think that the president does not want war anywhere. He does not want to send American troops anywhere. It's striking that when he has used force, the killing of Soleimani, the bombing of Iran, these are things that, in a sense, he announces when they're over. That's the kind of use of military force that he favors. I think it's very unlikely that you will see him send American troops into combat actually anywhere. And I would say I really take exception to the argument that Trump and the whole U.S. government is kind of putty in the hands of the Israelis. That is a very old anti-Semitic canard, and I hate seeing it on your screen.
Kurt, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I didn't say anything about Jews, and there are plenty of people who favor this dynamic with the Israelis who are Gentiles. I disagree with Benjamin Netanyahu as much as I disagree with Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham, and I think this is the baseless kind of accusations of prejudice that have been American people have rejected it from Democrats, and people should reject it from Republicans. It's pretty gross.
Mm-hmm.
It is pretty gross to see an American saying that your government is not in the hands of your elected officials or your elected president. They're all really in the hands of the Israelis. I think that is.
I think it's nuanced. I think it has a very sophisticated lobby that has clear initiatives on foreign policy. I think Trump, veil of ignorance, wouldn't care about the Middle East, but is pliable to aggressive persuasion and perhaps opportunities for business interests for his family in the future. I think we've seen that throughout the Middle East region, frankly, and I think that is a confounding and infecting variable in all of this. I think that I am optimistic and hopeful that the better angels of him will win out, that he doesn't want a deal. I think you're right that he has a hesitation to put troops on the ground anywhere, but man, we can get a lot of trouble without putting troops on the ground, and then we've talked about this before, and then troops come in on the ground.
Let's look at the regional implications of this outside, or the broader implications really, outside of just Iran and Israel. In an interview on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, the Iranian president warned that the path the US has embarked upon will set fire to the entire region. Iran has previously said it would target assets across the region this time, a more broader conflict. And there is also the question of whether Iran's allies, such as Russia or China, could step in if the US became more emboldened and more openly involved. Elliot, considering how tense the region is there a real risk of a broader conflict here? I mean, it doesn't take much for there to be a miscalculation on either side. How close are we to a spillover?
I don't think we are at all. I think it was very striking that in the exchanges between Israel and Iran, and then in the American bombing of Iran, the Chinese and the Russians did literally nothing. It taught quite a hard lesson for Iran. They don't have an alliance with the Russians and the Chinese, and those countries are not going to come to their aid. In the air war, missiles, bombers between Israel and Iran, there are no troops on the ground involved there either. So I don't see how this spreads, and I say it is not going to spread.
Jonathan, I saw you give a thumbs up there. Oh, sorry, Kurt, go ahead.
Yeah. I think that's just a monster assumption. The war was 12 days, so the naming itself was emphasizing that it wasn't that long. I think it was coined by the White House, basically. But the war actually drew out. It would be pretty cost-free for the Chinese or the Russians, and this is true in Iran as it is in Venezuela, where these countries have ties. Yeah, they're cold allies. Bashar Assad learned that the hard way. But Iran is not Syria, and Venezuela is not Syria. These are more important countries, frankly, and it can be very cost-free to bog the Americans down, especially because we know Russia has designs on more of Ukraine, and especially because we know the Chinese have some designs on Taiwan, and they distract the U.S. imperial machine into these superfluous theaters. They're not going to get a better opportunity if the U.S. gets into these wars.
Yeah, if I can just comment, I mean, I think that a lot of this language, you've got to put them in a cultural context, and they do love this kind of florid language and this very sort of effusive stuff, and a lot of it's political spell, but dug beneath, it's not serious, I don't think.
Why? Why don't you think Russia and China are interested in being involved?
Well, they don't want to get involved in a war either. But what they will do, I think, is they will add more strategic support, for instance, economic, to stop Iran's economy collapsing. I think they're much more interested in regime survival in that sense. I don't think they're interested in getting involved in the war, though, the fighting.
Elliot, are we witnessing the failure of international multilateral diplomacy, or are we on the cusp of seeing the success of President Trump's transactional approach to foreign policy?
I think we're seeing both. We don't know yet, as we sit here, whether this effort to end the Gaza war will succeed. But it's a big diplomatic effort, started in this case by the United States, but with a lot of support from Arab countries. So that would be an enormous success for multilateral diplomacy. I wouldn't generalize. I would say I do agree with your characterization of the Trump approach, which is really quite ad hoc. But in this case, he's decided to make the effort. He's decided to jump in. He's had lots of meetings this year with Middle Eastern leaders. And, Rubio and Witkoff and others have been all over the Middle East. So this is an effort that he's willing to make. And I think we all hope that it succeeds.
Kurt, what do you think? I mean, is international diplomacy dead with regards to this particular nuclear issue? Or do you think we're going to see the success of President Trump's approach?
Well, okay. I think number one, the president is impatient, and I think that's basically the story that's going on in Russia, Ukraine. This is the story that's going on in Latin America, and the story that's going on in the Middle East. And while the president is not an instinctual hawk, the hawks, the gun guys, have the quick answer. And he has been tempted by that since diplomacy took a long time on all of these issues in the spring. You saw early tailwinds for diplomacy in Russia, Ukraine, early tailwinds on Latin America, and early tailwinds on the Middle East. And it has been a bad 100 days or so since the June 13th strikes, since he has embraced Ukraine taking all of its territory back, which is a pipe dream. And then, of course, now the sort of needless assassination of Venezuelan fishermen in the South Caribbean. And so all of those are negative indicators. However, this is not George W. Bush, however, tempting it seems to be for him to repeat the mistakes of the past. And I do think there is still the possibility that he calls the bluff on the various people that want to keep the war going. I think the Hamas deal over the weekend, which various I'll say hardline hawks in the U.S. and Israel immediately messaged against, Trump seems like he wants that deal. all things being equal. And the question is whether or not he has the courage and patience to tell the leadership of Israel and the hawks of his own party no. And if he does, that's promising with Iran. But I do think base case and everything I'm hearing and the moving of U.S. military assets back into the region, which happened in late spring this year, I think that augurs a sign of renewed Israeli hostilities on the Iranians. And it's just a question if the U.S. Joins, because we saw last time the Israelis can't get what they want in Iran without U.S. support. And the Trump has to say no, or he's going to find himself in a war.
Jonathan, I mean, not specifically with regards to this conflict, but speaking a few days ago in Prague, the Serbian President Alexander Vučić warned that the world is preparing for major conflicts. And to his mind, the only question is which sides countries will pick. And he cited the flurry of arms purchases as one of the reasons he thinks that people are preparing for a broader war. What do you think of President Vučić's assessment?
Well, if he's concerned about people preparing for the war, he should look closer to home, I think, for the reason why certainly European nations are ramping up defense. When you see the sort of the sub-threshold aggressive acts that Russia is already carrying out in the West, it's no surprise that we're ramping up our spending on defense tools, and not just defense tools, but civilian security tools, because so many of these aggressions against other countries are happening non-militarily, dredging up, cables, use of biological weapons to kill opponents in other foreign countries, political interference and these sort of things. So it is ramping up, and the Russians are certainly causing something there. I don't get a sense that the world is heading to a major conflagration. I don't think NATO wants a war. I don't think Putin wants a war either. I think there's an awful lot of saber rattling to play to a domestic audience. But actually, I don't think either side sees a benefit from a war. So, I mean, wars can always happen by accident. Indeed, most, you could argue, probably do. But I don't think anyone is intending one to come along. As to the Middle East plan, I think that I think it's full of aspiration, but when you look at the detail, it's asking Hamas to agree to get rid of 2 of its red lines, and it's asking the Netanyahu coalition to agree to the continued existence of Palestinians in Gaza after the war's over, which is absolutely not what they want. So I can see huge fundamental obstacles, and I'm afraid, to be utterly cynical, I think that both sides are trying to just say yes until such time as the other side causes the deal to collapse. So I don't have any great hope that this is going to yield to the peace of the 3,000-year-old conflict, as Trump described it the other day. I'm sorry if that sounds a bit cynical and hopeless.
Elliot? What do you think? I mean, are we heading towards more turbulent times, even if we look, beyond this Iran question?
You're speaking of the Middle East or more broadly?
More broadly, Middle East for a start, but more broadly, I mean, on a global scale. Okay. We see how intertwined geopolitics is. One thing very easily leads to another.
Well, maybe. I don't see any major conflict coming in the Middle East. Even if there's another exchange between Israel and Iran, another 12-day war, that's not going to spread. And neither country will have boots on the ground in the other. And none of the neighbors are going to want to get involved, nor will the Chinese or the Russians. I hope Jonathan's right about Putin. My fear would be that he'll try to test NATO. He is already testing NATO. I mean, these drone flights, which started with the Baltics and Eastern Europe and then moved central and now are tying up airports in Western Europe, those are tests, and we have to see how NATO responds to those. The only thing, it seems to me, that could really lead to a major conflict would be a Chinese effort to take Taiwan by force. Then you have a major war. That's the only one I really see on the horizon.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Do you still believe that the United States would fight on behalf of Taiwan? My reading says he would.
Well, we're pledged to do so, and we're certainly preparing to do so. And if we don't do so, boy, it's really quite a different world, because what you've proved there is that American guarantees and pledges are not worth the paper they're printed on.
I think that's what we in NATO already think.
Well, I understand the fear. I certainly understand the fear. But neither under Biden nor under Trump has the United States done nothing, or even close to nothing, to support Ukraine, to which we have no treaty commitment at all, none. And in fact, I would say, and I know Kurt thinks this is an awful thing, and I'm not quite sure who he thinks persuaded Trump to support Ukraine more. Maybe it's the Israelis again, or the neocons. But the fact is, Trump has not abandoned Ukraine, and Trump is trying to figure out ways, the $90 billion arms deal. He is trying to get the Europeans to cut off Russian oil, and he seems to be trying to get the Europeans to freeze, to take the Russian bank deposits in Western Europe. So he's being quite supportive of Ukraine.
Kurt, round us out. Are we heading towards more tumultuous times, Middle East and globally, or is it saber rattling?
Yeah, I mean, Elliot, I think the gratuitous attacks on my character, which are unfounded, are beneath your accomplishments as an American civil servant and political operator. But that notwithstanding, I think that it is very dangerous to divide the world, as seemingly elites in the West, quote unquote, want to do, into a liberal democratic order and an axis of autocracies. And I think this kind of, again, loose talk that we're doing so creates a potential fait accompli where this occurs. I don't know why that people in NATO countries would be that anxious. The reality is, I do actually agree with Elliot. We've done a lot for Ukraine, a ton for Ukraine, which is not even in NATO. Taiwan itself, I think, is a complex situation. But the reality is, the last president of the United States committed explicitly to troops on the ground. And I'm not at all convinced of the three theaters that one's going to happen. But if it is going to happen, and I think it will occur in a dynamic in which everybody's overstretched and everybody's overcommitted to each other. I mean, that is the lesson of the World War I dynamic. We're suddenly in all these treaties, and we're fighting because of implied contractual or literal contractual obligations to faraway lands. And I just ask, what is that really doing for the American people? When did we vote on this? Why should we let it continue?
Elliot, do you want to respond to that before we wrap up?
Well, just listening to Kurt, here's something he and I would probably agree on, and that is that the president's executive order saying that the United States would defend Qatar, to which we have no treaty obligations, was very poorly thought through, and does not seem to have any support or much support in Congress. That really came out of nowhere as far as I was concerned. I think very few people in the government were really expecting that.
Yeah, I think both presidents, Biden and Trump, have desired to do defense compacts to solve the issue of today. So the one that was bigger under Biden was the potential U.S.-Saudi compact. And I think because Qatar has now been bound by both Iran and Israel, so if the idea that Qatar is this master manipulator behind the scenes, I think is kind of a joke. They're the only country bound by both of them this year. I think Trump is trying to throw them a deal in order to put a Band-Aid over the bullet hole. But I think that's also not great for the United States. And I oppose that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how that particularly plays out, especially as tensions continue. That executive order could be put to the test. Gentlemen, we are out of time, so we will have to leave it there. But Elliot Abrams, former US Special Envoy to Iran, Jonathan Shaw, the former head of the UK military's Special Forces, and Kurt Mills, Executive Director of the American Conservative magazine. Gentlemen, thank you for your contributions here on Counterpoints. And as always, thanks to you for tuning in to this episode. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Wilson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your time today. I wanted to start by asking you, you are here in New York for the high-level UN General Assembly week. What role do you think the United Nations has to play in the world at this time when there are so many complex issues at play?
Key role. I think it should be the institution of peace. The only problem is that it's been undermined by the 193 members that compose it. I think any time the UN is engaged in peace mediation or any international activity, we usually find a solution. But right now the world is unfortunately rather transactional. This week is important because we're looking at a lot of key conflicts, like Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, situation in the Middle East, conflicts in Africa. So the UN should be engaged centrally in all of them.
But many of those things, as you admitted, are difficult to overcome. There are questions from critics about the UN's credibility in being able to handle some of those global conflicts. Do you have any suggestions for how the UN perhaps can move things forward, especially in the realm of peace?
Well, I mean, many suggestions. I remember when I was foreign minister, I think somewhere around 2011, we set up a group together with the then Turkish foreign minister, Ahmet Davutoglu, which was called the Friends of Peace Mediation. So I think we should find some new thinking in peace mediation, because right now what's happening is that a lot of peace mediation is transactional. So you just have a person nominated by whoever to negotiate the peace. But if you would have someone nominated by the United Nations, then that peace would stick. Other things, I think a lot of countries want to have more agency in the United Nations. Last year, I proposed that the membership of the Permanent Security Council should be doubled, because we have 5 countries there now. We have 0 from Latin America, 0 from Africa, and only 1 from Asia. And I think we need more. So it's all about basically giving, especially bigger member states, more ownership in the system. That could be a way of reforming the organization.
Focusing on Ukraine, in recent months we've seen you taking a very central role amongst the European leaders. Why do you feel it's important to be so central in trying to push back against Russia?
Well, I don't want to inflate my role or Finland's role, because we're very much in the back office. We try to help to interpret a situation. And then you ask the question why? Well, probably because we have a 1,340-kilometer border with Russia, and probably because we've had our skirmishes with Russia over the years, and we've also gotten along with Russia over the years. So what we try to do is to interpret a situation, and then if other European leaders are interested in our analysis, if Ukraine feels that we are useful, and if the United States feels that we're useful, then we are potentially having some influence. But again, it's a big boys game, and we just try to help.
Finland became part of NATO a couple of years ago in 2023. How have you seen things change since joining?
Well, obviously, I don't think we would have joined had not Russia attacked Ukraine. That then switched over public opinion in Finland pretty much overnight. And ever since, we've always been well prepared. We have one of the largest militaries in Europe, together with Turkey, Ukraine, and Poland. And in that sense, I think a lot of our allies see us as security providers rather than security consumers. We didn't join NATO against anyone. We joined NATO to protect ourselves and to protect our allies who share values with us. So Finland's role has changed in the sense that I think the geopolitical realities of Europe have moved up to northeastern Europe, and together with Poland and the Baltic states and others, we take care of our flank of things.
The head of the Finnish Armed Forces Strategic Department has said in the past they believe that Russia could attack within 3 to 5 years after the end of the war in Ukraine. Do you hold to that assessment?
Well, obviously, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I sit on all the relevant information, operational, strategic, and otherwise. And we, of course, look at all kinds of different scenarios. But sometimes we have to understand that we live in an age of unpeace, in an age of disorder, where there will be a lot of unknown things coming at us, and we just have to learn how to live with that. The best way to prevent war is to prepare for it, and that's what I think Finland has always done.
You said recently that you thought it was a good thing that Donald Trump, the US president, was making Europe more self-reliant. Are there any coordinated European efforts underway, I guess, to move that forward?
Well, I think inside NATO we're already doing that. So President Trump and the security situation in Europe has pushed us to increase our defense expenditure from 2% of GDP to 5%. It's pushed us to do more work on defense industry. It's pushed us to work more inside the alliance. So, for instance, in NATO, we now have a Baltic Sentry activity in the Baltic Sea because Russia cutting undersea cables. For instance, we have a Eastern Sentry operation in the air because Russia is flying drones into Polish airspace and violating Estonian airspace. So we're doing a lot of things together because of circumstance. Having said all of that, as an avid transatlanticist, I feel that it's very important that the United States stays engaged in Europe.
And staying with the theme of the United States, you've spent time with the US president recently. You've played golf together, private meetings, lots of conversations. Did you have an opportunity to change his mind or calculations on anything during those meetings and conversations?
I don't think that's necessarily the aim. I think diplomacy is based on two pillars. One is state-to-state relations, where it's about values, interests, geographic location, history and culture. And then the other one is a personal relationship. And you have to understand that coming from a country of 5.6 million people, there's always a benefit in being able to have a conversation with the president of the biggest superpower in the world. It's not so much about changing one's mind, it's about changing ideas. Some of them stick, others don't.
Those personal relationships, you say they are important. The US president prides himself on those personal relationships. How do you best manage that relationship with President Trump?
I think in diplomatic contact, it's really about human contact and emotional intelligence. I mean, you have to understand your place. When you come from a small country, you don't go around touting the magnificence of that country or telling anyone what to do. You have engaging conversations, and then you see where those conversations go. I've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time in the United States. I did my undergraduate work here. I have a lot of American friends. President Trump knows that I'm an avid transatlanticist, and I take the relationship from there. But again, I don't want to inflate it. I think President Trump is doing a good job in brokering peace around the world, and if we can have a conversation with him about that, I think that's good.
And in Finland's relationship with NATO, your country is very involved, very heavily focused on maritime security. Why is that so important?
Well, we try to focus on land, air and sea. But for us, maritime security is important because we are a Baltic Sea nation. And if you look at the map, we're almost like an island, even though we have a long border with Russia, a long border with Norway, and a long border with Sweden. But the truth is that all of our trade, 90% of it, goes through the Baltic Sea. If it's cut off, we're in trouble. That's why we focus a lot on things maritime. So we have a lot of know-how of the undersea infrastructure of the Baltic Sea. We have a sizable navy, which we are modernizing right now with 4 new frigates, etc., etc. So maritime is just part of our culture and part of our geography.
I want to ask about China, because in the past you have spoken about it, I guess in the same terms of Russia, as being a potential threat. Why do you think that is, and in what area?
I think for me China is very different from Russia. China is not only an up-and-coming superpower, but it is a superpower. And on top of that, it's quite often a rational, strategic and patient superpower. So it is very calculative in what it does and very systematic. Whereas Russia is a superpower in decline, which is desperately trying to grasp to what used to be, and therefore has done what I would call rather reckless and strategically mistaken moves in, for instance, attacking Ukraine. So I would see them as completely different. And I would argue that right now it seems to me that it's wiser and easier to work with China than with Russia. But of course, coming from a small country, I'm also hoping for a day where not only the war in Ukraine ends, but where we can start working on a relationship with Russia from the West, with the US, etc., etc. But the world right now is a complicated place. I fully admit that. We're seeing a change in the world balance, order and dynamics. And I think we will live with this age of uncertainty for at least 5 to 10 years.
And staying with Ukraine, there has been such a rush for peace in recent months. Where do you see things going in the near term, over the next few months? Will we get peace?
Yeah, we will, step by step. But, there's 1 week where I'm optimistic and another one where I'm a little bit more on the pessimistic side. I guess the self-evident thing to say is that today we're closer to peace than we were yesterday, and tomorrow we'll be yet again closer. But I do think you have to sequence things. So that means that first we need a ceasefire, so basically to stop the killing. And then after that we begin peace negotiations. I was in Kyiv a week and a half ago on Friday and Thursday and Friday. Had an opportunity to have long conversations with President Zelensky. And I know that the Ukrainians are able to sustain this war. But of course, the sooner we get it to end, the better.
You spoke about complex issues. One of the complex issues very much in the spotlight this week is the war in Gaza. and the desire for Palestinian recognition from many countries. Finland has not so far recognised the state of Palestine. What played a part in the decision-making behind that?
Well, I mean, the way in which we look at it is we've always supported a two-state solution. That is engraved not only in the government's program, but also in the foreign and security policy papers that we work on. The constitution in Finland is rather clear. It is the government that proposes the recognition of a state, and it is I, as an institution, as president, who recognize it. And I know that the government is working on the modalities of how to recognize a Palestinian state. And when the time is ripe, I am sure they will give me a proposal, which I will then approve. We now see an international movement of recognition, which I think is good, and Finland has been involved in negotiating, for instance, the declaration coming from Saudi Arabia and France, and also sponsoring it. So we're going one step at a time.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leanne Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. US envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner join high-stakes Gaza ceasefire talks as pressure mounts for a breakthrough. French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu presents his plan to Macron tonight, aiming to pass a budget and ease election fears. Visa rules and Bollywood opportunities are on the table as Keir Starmer visits India to boost trade and also investment. US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and former President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, are joining high-stakes Gaza ceasefire talks in Egypt. Their arrival comes as negotiations between Israel and Hamas remain deadlocked, with key issues like Israeli withdrawal and post-war governance unresolved. Hamas says both delegations have exchanged a list of prisoners and hostages to be released if a deal is indeed agreed. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster and deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray. Freddie and Isabel, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Let's begin with you, Freddie, and third day of indirect talks. What's the latest when it comes to these negotiations happening in Sharm el-Sheikh?
Well, the latest is that we're hearing that things are going very well, but we're not hearing much in terms of detail. And that's always a very tricky thing with these negotiations. They have to be secret. They have to be held behind closed doors. And you just pick up sort of senses of how things are going. What we understand is that the Egyptians and the Arab states are very pleased with the contributions of Witkoff, Steve Witkoff, who's Trump's envoy for everything, increasingly, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. I'm particularly interested in the role of Jared Kushner because I followed the first Trump administration very closely, and Kushner was everywhere. He was involved in everything from the Middle East, which he was almost in charge of, US's Middle East policy, to crime, to energy, to every aspect of the administration. Kushner sort of somehow had his fingerprints on it. And this time around, this second Trump administration, he's been mostly absent. And everybody in Washington seemed to suggest that he was still working behind the scenes, that he was very involved in sort of some of the perhaps darker financial aspects of the Trump empire. But he now seems to be emerging again as a key player in Middle East policy in particular. And I think that's probably the most interesting story of today for me.
And also, if we think about Kushner, Freddie, we think about the Abraham Accords, which is something Donald Trump definitely wants to keep alive in all of these negotiations. But Isabel, let's come to you. And what issues do remain unresolved? Because these are the questions right now. They're trying to iron out the final details of the phase one of this 20-point peace plan Trump's presented.
Yeah, I mean, there are obviously lots of questions still unanswered. I think Freddie's right. The Jared Kushner element is intriguing. Obviously, I think that's got a lot to do with the arrival of Tony Blair back on the landscape. They've worked closely for many years. Jared Kushner has described Tony Blair as being a very good friend and an important ally and advisor. And he is, of course, being named as one of the key people who would be involved in that board of peace. But those questions still remain about, what exactly a post-Gaza transition would look like. The timeline for this 20-point peace plan is unclear. Also, the timeline for the withdrawal of the troops, questions about where they would go. And there are also concerns about how you square the circle of suddenly Netanyahu being on board with, Palestinian statehood when he has repeatedly said that he's not in favour of a two-state solution. So, that remains a big question mark. But there is certainly a feeling that there is momentum, not least because for Netanyahu, who just passed this 2-year anniversary, he's facing an election next year. It might feel like the right moment for him to try and be seen in a statesman-like way and also to try and be the one that's brought an end to all of this. And of course, we know that Trump is absolutely desperate to win that Nobel Peace Prize. Interestingly, on that, we find out in 2 days who will be chosen for that coveted prize. And I think if Trump misses out on that spot, I think a lot of the momentum actually, despite all the key players being around the table in a way we haven't actually seen before, I think a lot of that momentum is being driven, like him or loathe him, being driven by Trump and his desire for this accolade. And that is really putting pressure on the timeline. And also, I think that will also focus the minds of those who have to decide, by the way, who will win it. But we'll find out in 2 days. Those are the key stumbling blocks as I see them. But it's not to say it won't happen. And you know what, even if it's not for altruistic reasons and if it's just self-interest, if that might see an end of the bloodshed, then it's a good thing.
So it's really interesting, Freddie, that Isabel talks about the Nobel Peace Prize there and also the momentum and the pressure that is on. And that could be because Donald Trump does want to get this prize. But I've spoken to a lot of people in this region and they seem to think the key change when it comes to this peace plan is that we've had Arab and Muslim countries extremely involved in developing this plan. And they're also putting pressure on Hamas. And really, Donald Trump wanted an end to things when Israel did launch that attack on Doha, on the Hamas delegation. And I wonder right now, is that where we are? Are we seeing the key players from the Muslim countries and the Arab countries coming to the table, and this is why the stars are aligning?
I think so. And I mean, it makes sense in diplomatic terms, to get regional players involved, because regional players are always the players in a conflict or something like that can make the most impact. As far as the Arab states are concerned, I think that it is very, very striking now that they play a part in the way Washington thinks, in a way that they never did before. I mean, we used to talk a lot about the Israel lobby, which is a controversial term in America, but the influence that Israel has over American foreign policy is an ongoing subject of debate and discussion and controversy. But the sort of the real story at the moment is if you like, the Arab lobby, the influence of the UAE, the influence of Qatar, and the influence, of course, of Saudi Arabia in these very, very important discussions, and the fact that they are able to shape outcomes in a way that they weren't before. And just quickly on the Nobel Peace Prize, I think Trump obviously would like to win it, but I think what the Trump team are expecting is that they won't win it, and yet they will still be able to announce a major breakthrough in the peace negotiations. And therefore they can say, well, look at that, isn't this typical? We've just done this amazing thing and we're not being recognized for it. Donald Trump is the great peacemaker and he'll never be appreciated.
And it's interesting that we're talking about this right now, because obviously yesterday marked 2 years since that October the 7th attack, and we're 2 years on and the hostages still haven't been released, and we are remaining in that difficult situation, Isabel. So I think that if we have a look in Israel, they want their loved ones back, and much of the world are saying this just cannot continue.
My goodness, yeah, heartbreaking situation for the families. And I think the anniversary yesterday was a really important reminder of the anguish that they've been through. The not knowing and the worry and the heartbreak is unimaginable. But, that all plays into Netanyahu's position as well. He's been facing growing criticism from his own country. The families have long been putting pressure on him to sort that out. And dead or alive now, I think there is a certain feeling that this could soon happen, that the hostages will be sent back to Israel. So fingers crossed.
And Freddie, one thing keeps on coming up when I have conversations and in a lot of the analysis I've read, and that's the issue of trust, between Israel and Hamas. And this is where it could be dangerous when it comes to reaching a peace deal and agreeing anything, because can they trust each other to stick to it?
Well, I mean, it's the most intractable conflict on the globe, arguably. And so, no, I think trust is very low. It'll take a very long time to restore. And going back to that point about other Middle Eastern states, the sheer cost of rebuilding Gaza now is so astronomical. It's going to take a combined effort. It's going to take America. It's going to take all the other Gulf states contributing, and it's going to take even China and other countries to get involved to build it, because we're talking about a rebuilding job like nothing you've ever seen.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, let's move on to another story. And French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu has been asked to deliver his solutions to President Macron this evening on how to form an administration and pass a budget. Lecornu resigned on Monday after just 26 days in office, but was given 48 hours to rally support for the new government. In the last hour, he said it's not the time to change president. And that's really interesting, Isabel, because we suspected that Emmanuel Macron would definitely not want to have snap elections. So it's seemingly unlikely now.
Well, yeah, it didn't go brilliantly for him last time. He didn't manage to get a majority, did he? And he's now got this unenviable task of trying to keep the left and the right happy, which, as we know, is an incredibly difficult thing, particularly more and more in 2025. Are we going to see snap elections anytime soon? I think hopefully that's been staved off. I don't know why I'm saying hopefully. I've got no stake in this, but in terms of the chaos, I think, there is this question about the reality that the French are facing. You know, there is this huge dilemma behind all this sort of backstory, if you like, about why there is so much chaos in government and this inability to agree a government is because there is, you know, this huge issue of the debt, that the French living beyond their means and not being willing to address that. We think that we've got a painful budget here in the UK coming at the end of next year, but their national debt's around 5% of GDP. And also the situation around pensions, and this is something that obviously Macron's become hugely unpopular for and will probably always be associated with at home. Will he, you know, there have been sort of hints from within that he may actually back down on this after all, just in the name of sort of unity and to try and stabilise things, because where you have a weak government and you have a lack of confidence in government, there is of course always this concern around the bond markets, and if the bond markets start to go down and you see the yields go up, there are questions about whether the government will be able to repay that debt, and then that obviously has a knock-on for investment and the stock market. So it is a really serious problem. It's not just a politically embarrassing situation, it has huge implications, and I think actually the kind of sort of gridlock that we're seeing in France is actually being seen in various different forms in lots of countries at the moment. We might come on to it later on this hour, but you know, it's not a unique problem to France, but there is perhaps a unique take on working hours and working conditions over the border.
Yes, absolutely. And Freddie, let's just talk a little bit about what Macron's options are right now. He asked Le Cornu to come back for 48 hours after he resigned. It was obviously a last-ditch attempt just to try and stitch things together. But who will he be turning to now? What's next for Macron?
Well, he could try and form a coalition with the far left, but that means he won't be able to address France's deep budget problems. Or he can try, some paranoid, perhaps people who really dislike Macron in France, think that he may be trying to engineer a constitutional crisis so grave that he has to declare a new republic in France and therefore justify another term as president. That would be very, very extreme. But then Emmanuel Macron is extreme. He always pushes France to the brink of crisis, of a major political crisis. He's done it time and time again as president. He seems to think he can always win in very, very high-stakes situations. And so far, he hasn't, really. I mean, yes, he was re-elected, impressively so. But a lot of people feel his political success has come at the complete destruction of the Fifth Republic. And it's been very, very bad for the country. He is in a difficult position, particularly on the budget. I mean, he's trying to push this through so that France doesn't collapse economically. But he has not succeeded.
I do think that some of his weaknesses at home are perhaps his strengths overseas, you know, where he has been sort of been willing to take things right to the brink and, you know, live in this sort of perma-crisis. He's also been able to really put pressure on Russia, and he's been a really powerful force in Europe in uniting all of us in our sort of support for Ukraine. So, you know, there are reasons why he's in high office, I suppose, and, you know, he does deserve that credit.
I think of him a little bit sometimes, I don't know if, Freddie, you agree with me, like Justin Trudeau, extremely popular on the international stage, but unpopular domestically. And this always causes that conundrum. Is his reputation in tatters at home, and will that leak through to the international stage eventually?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think the international media are always desperate for a sort of centre-left hero. You know, when Macron was first elected, he was elected as l'anti-Trump and l'anti-Brexit, you know, the person who was going to stand athwart the kind of populist tide, yelling stop. It just hasn't panned out that way for him, much like it didn't pan out that way for Trudeau. And in fact, the very fact that these figures are revered by the international press and on the international stage is a weakness for them, because domestically people aren't happy and they don't like these sort of figures swanning around at international events, looking like they're striding the globe while they actually make a mess of things at home.
Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Very interesting on Macron's position right now in France. But let's move on to another story. And now to the latest, all the US news. President Donald Trump is calling for the arrest of Chicago's mayor and Illinois' governor, both Democrats, as his administration prepares to send the National Guard into the city. Meanwhile, the government shutdown is causing major flight delays, with air traffic controllers working without any pay and staffing shortages crippling airports nationwide. Freddie, let's start with you. So you've just basically come back from Washington. Trump's escalating his crackdown on crime, but even calling for the mayor of Chicago to go to jail. What's happening over there?
Well, it's very, very Trumpian in that it's very much for the political audience, for the media audience. It's for making these bold declarations, saying outrageous things about mayors being locked up, sending in the Guard, which, of course, prompts massive cries from the Democrats that America's turning into an authoritarian state. But what I was struck by in Washington was I saw the National Guard kind of milling around. They weren't really doing anything. They were just sort of there. And it's certainly true that crime did go down, violent crime did go down in the initial phase after the deployment of the National Guard. But I think it's creeping back up. And so I think a lot of people in Washington thought it was, that their streets are just the scene for a bit of political theatre and that's it. I think Chicago is much more serious. I think the situation there is potentially very, very grave. And Chicago could turn into, it's a much more significant city than Portland in terms of the economy and its size and so on. But it could turn into something similar to Portland, which has been on fire, on and off for the last 4 or 5 years since the Black Lives Matter protests, and arguably before, actually. So, yes, I think you are seeing these angry eruptions in cities across America. It's crime, it's a hatred of Trump, it's a desire to cause civil strife. And Trump's reaction is to feed into the story for the story. Some people doubt that he's actually going to help fix things.
But Freddie, can I ask you, because it really strikes me as quite stark with this story. We talk about America as being the divided democracy, but it really does feel like Trump is only president for one half of the country. I mean, can you imagine another leader calling one of their major cities a hellhole? I mean, it's in his own country. He is president of Chicago as well, but because it's Democrat, he doesn't seem to feel worried about saying something like that, talking down one of his cities. How much does that hurt people of Chicago to hear it described as that, do you think?
Well, I think Trump will be gambling on the fact that Chicago is not about to vote Republican anytime soon. But if you look at a city like New York, that's a very interesting one. Trump is obviously a New Yorker himself, and he's very concerned about New York, and he's particularly concerned about something that is very likely to happen on the 3rd of November, and that is the election of Zohran Mamdani, who is, by American standards, a very radical socialist. And that is huge news in New York, the most economically powerful city in America. And if that happens, you will see Trump's message coming into clash with the radical left. And for him politically, for the rest of the country, he doesn't want to see it because New York's very important to him. But for the rest of the country, that's going to alarm them. They're not going to want to see mayors being elected in cities who want rent controls and by left-wing standards, by American standards, very, very left-wing policies coming into force.
And he also wants free transport for everyone. There's so much things that Mamdani is calling for that the Republican administration are just not keen on at all. But when I watch some of the footage, and Isabel just reminded me of something, he called Chicago a hellhole. He says cities are on fire. He's used such extreme language. It's almost like they're going to war. I don't know what you both think of that, but is it just political theatre once again, or is it this bad?
Well, I was kind of wondering if he was going to rename the National Guard. We've heard that the Defense Department being renamed the War Department. Maybe the National Guard are going to be called something a bit more sort of Trumpian as well. Although, they need a bit of a tougher sounding name, because I think we can all agree from some of the pictures we've seen today, they don't look that threatening or menacing. Most of them look as though they've got that sort of trademark American weight issue that we all hear about so much. A lot of them didn't look too fit at all. I don't know what you think.
I would agree with that. And Freddie, I don't know if you do too, but I had a look at them and I was like, oh, they're not in peak condition like Pete Hegseth was calling for when he did that massive speech and called all of the big US generals from around the world to attend. I'm not sure what you think, but is it time that they get in peak condition?
Well, I think it's fair enough to expect soldiers to be in good physical condition. And I think one of my take on that speech that Hegseth gave, where he summoned all of America's top military brass, and in front of Trump, berated them for being out of shape and their soldiers for being out of shape, was that it stems from the 250th birthday of the American Army parade through Washington. Now, when that happened, again, you had the kind of the left-wing media in America, or liberal left media in America, saying, oh, this is an authoritarian thing, this is what North Korea does, and so on. And then you had the march, and it didn't look very authoritarian at all. You had sort of quite a lot of overweight soldiers. You had them unable to march very effectively or very convincingly. And I think Trump and Hegseth, probably that's in the back of their minds when they're talking to the generals, because it was supposed to be this great display of the American army, and it didn't look like you see in the marches with, Xi Jinping, the marching before Xi Jinping, the Chinese People's Republic Army. It's a different thing. I realize that marching is not the same as war, but it does suggest an army that's not quite in tip-top condition.
Very good points there. But Isabel, I just want to go to another thing. So we spoke about gridlock in France a little bit earlier, and you mentioned this to me backstage, but you've got the common theme of gridlock. And if we think about we're 1 week into this government shutdown, there's gridlock too in this respect in the US. How's this impacting things?
Yeah, more gridlock around budget disagreements, and the left and the right unable to come to a conclusion, to the detriment ultimately of society. Lots of, federal staff have been furloughed. Other people are working but not being paid. And it's not just legislative gridlock, but we are now seeing impacts on things like air traffic control, reports of delays at various airports from Vegas to Nashville, Houston, I think, and Newark reporting problems today. But all of this just feeds into, the kind of narrative of this gridlock of chaos, which, you could argue Trump sort of trades on. This is, he actually stands to benefit from this. I would argue that actually, disrupting business, making flights difficult for people ultimately has a bad impact on the economy and can cost America millions. But Freddie might have a different take on that.
No, I don't. I think omnicrisis, permacrisis, whatever word you want to do, that is the defining feature of our time. And what's interesting about it is that the crisis never seems to lead to total collapse yet. It's just been, we lurch from crisis to crisis in most Western developed countries without ever really sinking into absolute catastrophe. So, we can expect that in the coming weeks. It certainly feels like it at times. But I'd say the last 20 years of Western politics, since the 2008 crash, have been one of just endless crises.
And what's really interesting is if we talk about economic crisis in the US, I just had a look at the US markets today, and despite all of this happening, they're actually positive, and they have been on a really good run of late. We see gold very high. Some people are arguing that's because of the crisis happening economically in the Western nations. But my big question to you, Freddie, and I don't know, Isabel, if you also have a point on this, but who actually has the upper hand in this shutdown? Is it the Republicans? Can they just sit and wait it out like Trump did when we had the longest shutdown in his first term? Or is something going to have to move?
Well, it's a very high-stakes game, and Trump loves high-stakes political games. So I think as far as he and his inner circle are concerned, they're winning on this. You might remember the video that Trump put out at the end of last week, which was a sort of ridiculous music video, AI-generated music video, which was all about Russ Vought, the Office of Budget Secretary. That's not his title. Secretary of Office and Budget Responsibility. He was portrayed as the Grim Reaper, and Trump was there playing the tonk, 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 and J.D. Vance was on the drums. And what they were saying with that is we will start just scything away at the departments that we think are part of the Washington blob and that aren't working. And so it taps in rather neatly to their agenda. And because Americans, well, they're not necessarily all that enthusiastic about Trump, at least not a majority, they really don't like Washington and they really don't like Congress. They think Congress is where all the obstacles happen, which they think Congress steals their money. And through the Washington blob, through these kind of endless institutions, federal government departments with masses of staff, masses of costs that don't actually achieve anything. And so I think Trump's slashing message, we saw it with Doge. Yeah. Doge was quite popular with the American public at first, at least. The Americans, I think at the moment, the Democrats are looking like they're getting in the way of a Trumpian revolution that a lot of Americans support, at least in terms of cutting back Washington waste.
I do think my only real sort of observation, all of this, you know, looking at it from the outside, it ties in with the point about the National Guard being overweight and what might people in China and the Far East make of the sort of military over in the West. And it's the same with this kind of political gridlock. And, you know, you can draw parallels if you want to say, you know, democracy is eating itself literally, perhaps in some cases. But, you know, this idea that actually no one's able to pass any legislation, sluggish growth, whatever it might be, they'll be licking their lips and looking for economic advantage. And, you know, there are these axes that we're seeing developing, whether or not that's with Russia or North Korea. And it has to be taken seriously. I think America is risking, you know, navel gazing a bit too much and forgetting the bigger picture sometimes.
Very good point.
We need some democratic Ozempic, is what you're saying.
So you can't see your navel.
You can't see.
And then we'll definitely have a slimmed down workforce too, if we have it anyway. But yeah, all done. Let's move on to another story now. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says there will be no relaxation of visa rules for India as he begins a 2-day visit to strengthen trade and also cultural ties. He is leading a delegation to Mumbai to promote investment following the new UK-India trade deal. Isabel, how significant is this trip for Keir Starmer? He's taken this massive delegation. What does it mean for him?
Well, do you remember when he first came into power, there was lots of criticism that he was always overseas during that difficult first 100 days and the Omni crisis, Omni shambles here. And it was all upset about Taylor Swift tickets or whatever else. I mean, his suits and Specsavers. He was abroad the whole time. And I think he's playing a bit of a Macron here, if you like, trying to look strong on the international stage to shy away from his serious domestic problems, you know, just over a year into his premiership. And you know, here we are, he is hugely unpopular and talk of already, you know, possible leadership challenges. Be that as it may, he wants to tout this, you know, huge trade deal that he's done with India, which does stand to, according to the government, produce something like 3,000 jobs and millions of pounds into our economy. And, you know, as we've discussed this evening, there are issues around growth in this country. He won that election, by the way, pledging not to increase taxes on working people and not to cut any of the services. And yet, you know, that was on the premise that he would build growth. He's been unable to do it. It has proved elusive for him, as most people predicted anyway. And as a result, you know, he's going after growth. So this is really important for him. You know, he needs to look good on the international stage. He needs to try and get some investment into the country. That might happen. But there's also, of course, the other defining issue of his premiership, and that is immigration. And, you know, he has huge pressure at home to bring down net migration. We've seen a large increase in Indians coming to this country post-Brexit. And obviously, you know, they're trying to get a lid on that. And big changes last week being announced at Labour conference in terms of settlement criteria, making it harder for people to stay in this country. So he's made that point very clearly and trying to walk this line between trying to draw in their money and their brightest and their best without increasing his headache at home.
Yeah, Freddie, and that is a good point, because I just wonder if we think about it. We know Keir Starmer was not a Brexit voter, but all of a sudden he's benefiting from these trade deals with the US and now with India. And we could possibly argue that's because of Brexit, and it's easier to do than it is to do with the European Union.
Well, I mean, certainly Brexit, a lot of people don't like Brexit, but I think one of the great advantages of it is this ability to be nimble in terms of trade, to strike up trade deals with countries without the European bloc, which is famously slow to strike any agreements. And what was funny was that the Tory party, having been the party that ended up owning Brexit, were not really able to make significant progress. And Keir Starmer, while everything else about his administration has been a disaster, I don't think that's an exaggeration to say. The two things that have gone well is this deal with India that could bring in significant investment, and the deal with a potential trade deal with America, which is also very good news. And it's interesting that Trump is sort of bullying India at the moment on trade, pressuring them to stop working with Russia, stop selling Russian oil, threatening to do a deal with Pakistan, to kind of ramp up pressure on India. And it's actually creating quite a lot of tension between America and India. And Britain is in quite a good place diplomatically because we are sort of in between, but friendly to both. So I think that is going quite well for Keir Starmer. And I do think that is a Brexit benefit.
Yeah, I would probably argue that America is an unreliable partner. You can talk about a possible trade deal with the United States, but as we know, Trump does blow with the wind, hot and cold on things. And, at the moment, the tariff situation is favourable to the UK. We've rolled out this unprecedented second state visit to try and keep him sweet. But what happens? Another third state visit, if that, it is an unreliable partner in America, which we've never really experienced, certainly not in recent history in our special relationship. And again, you can ask people whether they think efficacy or efficiency in speed and nimble, fast trade deal is actually better than hard cash. At the end of the day, Europe was our biggest trading partner. The impact on our GDP has been far more significant than any deal that with India has been able to replace at this point. So I think, if you were to judge it on the facts today, I think that's a hard argument to make, but that's not to say that those Brexit freedoms won't produce more in the future. But at the moment, I think it's a bit of a hard sell.
Well, we have to wait and see whether, the Labour reset with Europe will work, I think. But, if you think about it in terms of which parts of the world are growing, it's China, it's India, it's the United States is still performing phenomenally economically, or at least it has over the last 5-10 years. Britain is better off being able to deal with those. Europe's overall picture is one of stagnation and decline.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we were talking about France was just one of the countries that is struggling in the Eurozone at the moment. But Freddie, you did say there that Keir Starmer has been a disaster as Prime Minister, and I think the polls will reflect that. I just wanted to give you that reassurance there. But just another thing, when we talk about Keir Starmer over in India and in Mumbai, we've seen him, sign these deals with Bollywood. So we're going to get Bollywood films coming out of London, which is good for the culture of the country. It's good for the arts because the UK has lost a lot of investment in that, Isabel.
Yeah, that's true. And, we do already have a large Indian settled population, of course, because it used to be part of one of our colonies. And so there is that long history. And I think, Bollywood would be incredibly well received here in the UK if we were to get more film investment. There is also the thorny issue for Starmer diplomatically whilst he's on this trip with Narendra Modi, whether or not he's going to bring up the issue of India buying Russian oil. And I understand that the Indian PM had just made a call to wish President Putin happy birthday shortly before Keir Starmer arrived, which is a scenario most people in the West find quite hard to get their head around, given the situation in Ukraine. But yeah, there are, interesting sort of pulls and tensions, I suppose, with all of these major nations when it comes to trading partners and human rights and all the rest of it.
So, Freddie and Isabel, I just want to bring you some breaking news. We're hearing from Donald Trump, and he says he may be going to the Middle East by the end of the week. So, Donald Trump speaking there. We're, of course, talking about this Israel-Hamas 20-point peace plan. So there we are, Donald Trump saying he's going to head possibly to the Middle East by the end of this week. What do you think of it, Freddie?
Well, as discussed, what happens on Friday? The Nobel Peace Prize is announced. And so perhaps Donald Trump is thinking he will be there on Friday. He'll be in the Middle East. He will have some what he regards as very good news. We'll see whether it is very good news to announce. And I don't think he'd be going out there if he didn't think there was a substantial chance of announcing some kind of peace deal. And if the Nobel Peace Prize, as I said earlier, if it's given to someone else after he's there having brokered this peace, you'll hear a lot of Trump saying, you know, what have I got to do? Or people around Trump will say, what has he got to do? He's just done this miraculous deal. Why won't the world recognize him?
And I think there are lots of key players heading in this direction. Marco Rubio, according to an Al Arabiya correspondent, is heading to Paris later in the week to talk about what a transitional Gaza would look like as well. So, you know, there will be lots of his key members in the area. But I should caution, you know, Trump thought he was going to make progress with Putin based on their relationship within 24 hours. You know, he may be very hopeful, but the Nobel Peace Prize has a long and independent decision-making process, which one hopes is above the pressures of even President Trump. Not to say I don't think he should get it, but I just think, you know, he may wish all he likes, but at the end of the day, you know, there are bigger players, I would argue, when it comes to making that decision. But yeah, let's see what happens on Friday.
Yes, and he has once again said we are very close to a deal. We have heard that before as he keeps pressure and momentum in these peace talks that are happening. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that breaking news. And finally, Isabel and Freddie have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. So they've been doing their homework. And Freddie, yours is all about Gen Z, TikTok and forks. OK, tell us more. Yeah.
Well, this is about TikTok, which I don't know anything about, but it is about puddings, which I know a fair bit about. And I am very pleased to see that people are using forks to eat puddings. And this is a TikTok trend where you film yourself eating puddings or desserts with a fork, which I think is fine. I mean, obviously, if it's very drippy and so on, then it's probably a bad idea. You need a spoon. But there's nothing wrong with eating a cake with fork. There's nothing wrong with eating other puddings with a fork. And I think of all the TikTok trends, I disapprove of a lot of them, like some of the more ridiculous dancing ones you see. But I don't mind this. Although I don't really like watching people eat on video, so I changed my mind slightly. But I think this trend seems quite funny and I like it.
Will you go to the park and join in the fork trend, do you think?
If someone gives me some pudding, yeah, I'll take my fork to the park.
Well, he might say fork off, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that on air. That was a funny joke, but he's teed up my Anne finally perfectly, because I think what he's demonstrated there, you know, was his very British, sort of almost Hugh Granty demeanour, which, you know, we've worked together for many years, Freddie. So when I saw this story, I had to pick it because it's about those sort of foppish characters that, you know, the good guys in all the movies, whether it's Billy Crystal or Hugh Grant in 4 Weddings and a Funeral. Turns out, actually, unfortunately, for the likes of Freddie, that the nice guys actually finish last. This is a new study that has looked into personality traits, and apparently if you are very easygoing and amenable as a woman, you have great success in a relationship, but if you are a bit too easygoing and amenable as a man, then you are more likely to be single. And some other interesting changes in personality based on gender. If a woman's extroverted or introverted, it makes no difference. She'll be fine. But if a chap is a little bit shy, he has lower success rates. And when it comes to neuroticism, guys who are neurotic don't seem to do very well in relationships, whereas it doesn't matter to the guys if girls are neurotic or not, which is good news for me, because I worry enough for me and my husband. And I actually do think it's quite unattractive when men are racked with anxiety. But anyway, good guys come last, Freddie. Sorry about that.
Sorry,
You're making me feel anxious, Isabel. Just this. But no, I think I'm very flattered that you think I'm a nice guy. I actually, when I heard about the story, I thought I must be winning because I'm really a deeply unpleasant person. So it's quitting for me.
But just a quick one. Do you like neurotic women, Freddie? Because I think, is that what they say, Isabel? Apparently they do well in relationships.
Yeah.
I like women, and so therefore I like neurotic women.
But I must just agree.
Yeah. Sounds more and more like Hugh Grant by the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. The Hugh Grant of W News Extra, I never thought I would have the opportunity, Freddie Gray. So great to have such a kind person on. But just a quick thought, what Isabel was saying was so true. There's nothing more unattractive than an anxious man. You know, women worry enough, we just need to be told it's okay. So all the stereotypes have basically been answered in that survey. So thanks to today's guest, broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, and deputy editor of The Spectator and nice guy, Freddie Gray. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you so much for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burgess-Watson, and coming up on today's programme, negotiators continue their talks in Egypt, where they're discussing President Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza. While parties there in Sharm el-Sheikh are expressing cautious optimism that a deal can be done. We'll be hearing from Israeli, Palestinian and Egyptian guests throughout this programme. And Syria announces a comprehensive ceasefire with Kurdish forces after deadly clashes in the northern city of Aleppo. And the other story we're following for you is the price of gold, which has reached some record levels. We'll be asking what's behind this rally and how much higher could the price go? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in the Egyptian town of Sharm el-Sheikh, where negotiations have entered a third day. This with the goal of finalising a deal based on President Donald Trump's Gaza ceasefire plan. Well, as the talks have progressed, the number of participants has increased. The latest arrivals at this expanded meeting include Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, who arrived in the coastal Egyptian city this morning. Well, also in attendance, the Qatari Prime Minister and Turkey's intelligence chief. Well, there is talk of cautious optimism surrounding these negotiations, but it remains to be seen. Will these diplomatic efforts deliver results? We're joined now by Afif Safieh, who is the former Palestinian ambassador to the UK, Russia, the Netherlands, and also the person who was the head of the PLO mission to the United States. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador. I just want to start by asking you, President Trump has been expressing some optimism about the diplomatic efforts underway in Sharm el-Sheikh. And I wanted to find out from you whether you share that sense of optimism.
Let me surprise you. I, for one, personally, I hope sincerely that President Trump will earn during his second mandate the Nobel Peace Prize. Not this Friday, not this year, because he hasn't deserved it yet. But let me offer him a piece of advice, a policy recommendation. We need to see him do and emulate the Eisenhower moment, meaning statesmanship and American leadership. You know, Eisenhower, after the 1956 tripartite aggression against Egypt, when Israel occupied the Sinai, with one phone call, he got Israel to withdraw out of the Sinai. And Ben Gurion, then the prime minister, was a roaring lion. Netanyahu compared to Ben Gurion is a lamb. I personally believe that the international community expects the American administration to play a very assertive, dynamic role, not only in stopping the aggression now on Gaza Strip, but ending the Israeli-Palestinian, the Israeli-Arab conflict in its entirety. And I believe, sir, that President Trump would be well advised if he was reminded of the Saudi Peace Initiative of 2002, which was adopted by the entire Arab system, the 22 Arab states, then was adopted by the entire Islamic states, the 57 of them. And he should know that today the Islamic states, the Arab states, no more challenge Israeli existence, but Israeli expansion of 1967. And they expect the withdrawal of Israeli occupation out of the 67 expansion and are ready to recognize Israeli existence and normalize with it. And I believe that President Trump, who is very keen on the issue of normalization, should understand that Israeli security does not come from territorial aggrandizement, but from regional acceptance. And he should know that we, the Palestinians, are the key for the regional acceptance of Israel. I believe we should be expecting more from the American administration beyond the cessation of the carnage and the slaughter of Gaza. We would expect from him a dynamic role towards peace in the Middle East.
Okay, well,
that is.
Yeah, I mean, his immediate priority is to put a stop to what is now a more than 2-year-long war in Gaza.
Yeah, but I cannot conceal my disappointment that he has called publicly on Netanyahu 5 days ago to stop bombing the Gaza Strip. And up to now, Netanyahu has been the reluctant player, continuing with his bombardment, indiscriminate bombardment in the Gaza Strip. Yet, I think the international community expects the cessation of hostilities in Gaza, the liberation of the Israeli captives and Palestinian prisoners, and the entry of the humanitarian aid. And I believe we should then go beyond that with a more ambitious plan, which is peace in the Middle East, beyond the 20 points that were presented by President Trump during his press conference with Netanyahu.
Okay, so in terms of where we are now and those 20 points that are under discussion in Egypt, it's been reported that Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, who is, of course, President Trump's son-in-law, arrived in Sharm el-Sheikh this morning. This afternoon, Ron Dermer, he is Israel's Strategic Affairs Minister, arrived. Does that look to you like signs of progress in the talks?
I would like to wait and see, but I would like to also to say that the American administration will be well advised to abandon this bad habit of nominating pro-Israelis from America as the mediators in the Middle East conflict. This was not helpful during the Clinton years, where the entire team for peacemaking was made of members of the pro-Israeli lobby in Washington. And today, Witkoff and Kushner, I don't know them personally, but they are hardly seen as people who would be inclined to be even-handed. But anyway, let's keep our hopes high and let's keep our expectations high. I believe that the world, the entire international community, expects them to have a breakthrough. I believe that on the Palestinian and Arab and Muslim sides, they have been all forthcoming. It's Israeli reluctance, it's the stubbornness of Mr. Netanyahu, who unfortunately has succeeded in torpedoing previous efforts for 2 years. He has torpedoed many an effort, and I'm hopeful that this time it might work in the first phase. But Israel has to take a commitment to start withdrawing out of the Gaza Strip. There is no need for them to remain in the Gaza Strip. They know they have the military capability of reoccupying it if they so desired, and if not impeded by the international community. So I will keep my expectations high for a breakthrough on the cessation of violence in the Gaza Strip.
Okay, well, I mean, there is a new dimension to these talks, which is different from other talks, in that President Trump managed to get the Turkish to take part. Turkey's spy master, Ibrahim Kalin, is there as well. And I'm just wondering whether you think that makes a big difference, having Turkey represented at those talks? Because presumably the logic is they exert influence over Hamas.
Look, during the last 4 decades in the Middle East, we had 3 major players. It was Israel, Turkey, and Iran. Unfortunately, there was no Arab player in this region, which is of extreme importance to the world. I believe that today, with Saudi Arabia showing an appetite to play a more dynamic role in international relations and in regional relations, and I believe that if there is more coordination between Saudi Arabia and Egypt, the Arab world will be better represented on the international arena. Now, Turkey's presence is not unimportant because they have influence on Hamas, and they might play a constructive role, yes, of course. And I believe they already have signaled to Hamas that it would be wise for them to contemplate in the future to create a new Hamas movement under a different appellation and to coordinate better with the other factions of the Palestinian National Movement, and mainly with Fatah, the PA, and the PLO. I believe that the PLO can offer a safe haven, political safe haven, to Hamas, who are not going to be eliminated, neither ideologically nor physically. And I believe that it would be wise for Hamas to reintegrate the PLO umbrella under a new appellation in the future. And that was the advice from Turkey, which I believe is extremely wise.
OK, it's being reported that some deep gaps remain between the two sides in these negotiations. I mean, that's not surprising, is it, given the intensity of the conflict and the grave mistrust, I think it's fair to say, between the two sides. I mean, what do you think those deep gaps are likely to be? What do you think the key sticking points will be at this stage?
Well, there is no clear formulation for the total withdrawal of the Israelis in the coming weeks, and their presence in Gaza is totally unnecessary and unhelpful. But the most important thing is that once we get the ceasefire and we get humanitarian aid and the liberation of the captives and Palestinian prisoners, I believe we should be more ambitious in our diplomatic pursuit. I personally believe that the objectives of the 20-point program are very minimalistic. And here I would like to say that the American input is of extreme importance. And here I would expect President Trump to be more even-handed in dealing with the issue in the Middle East. You know, America is a fascinating society. It's a nation of nations, and every possible country, continent, and culture is represented within American ranks. And I personally believe that America is a dominant player in the international system, and it would be well advised to adopt non-alignment in regional conflicts in the future, and mainly in the Middle East, because aligning itself on one belligerent party in a regional conflict not only alienates and offends all the other players in the region, but it also offends part of the domestic national fabric of American society. It wasn't easy to be a Palestinian American during the last decades because of the insensitivity of the country of adoption vis-à-vis the problems of the country of origin. And there are 500,000 Palestinian Americans, and one of them today has won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry, by the way, a Palestinian American from Berkeley University. And it wasn't easy to be an Arab American, and there are 4 million of those. It wasn't easy to be a Muslim American in American society. So I believe that American non-alignment in regional conflicts is a wise course of action to be adopted and pursued. And by the way, I still remember that in 2014, 2015, when President Trump was running for the primaries of the Republican Party during his first quest for the White House, he spoke for a short period of America neutral in the Middle East. Unfortunately, and he won several primaries with that objective being approached. Then he was embraced by the Christian evangelicals and with their delirious theology, and he was embraced by some kleptomaniac pro-Israeli oligarchs, and he then changed the tune. I would advise him to go back to his initial original plan of American neutrality in regional conflicts, and this will earn him a deserved Nobel Peace Prize if ever he helps in the birth of a Palestinian state. I believe the international community today is saying the following: there is either one people too many in the Middle East, this time we the Palestinians, or there is a state which is missing and needs to be created. I believe America can make the difference by changing the attitude adopted today in Washington.
Okay, and in terms of what we might see achieved in the next couple of days, I mean, lots has been happening. Hamas has submitted a list of the prisoners it wants to see freed. Obviously, the Israelis want their hostages freed, 20 of whom are believed to be alive. Do you anticipate that to happen in one phase, or do you think there'll be a phased release of those surviving hostages?
It depends on what would be the Israeli attitude. The Israelis up to now haven't said who are the prisoners they are ready to liberate. And as you know, we have 12,000 prisoners in horrible conditions that have not seen the representatives of the Red Cross for months and months at length, because the Israelis prevent the Red Cross of having access to Palestinian prisoners. Most of them are there in administrative detention with no trial and no court hearings, etc. And they have been maltreated. I have seen pictures of prisoners when they were imprisoned, and prisoners as they are today. They are a skeleton of what they used to be because of deprivations. And Ben-Gvir, the minister in charge of prisons, is all the time boasting on how he is punishing them on a daily basis by malnourishment and torture and all the rest. So much depends on how the Israelis will be reciprocating. Hamas has announced that it is ready to free the captives they hold. They might need some time for those who unfortunately have died in the meantime, probably due to Israeli indiscriminate bombardment in the Gaza Strip. But those who are alive, I believe they are ready to free them, depending on how the Israelis free Palestinian prisoners, either by installment or in one block. I hope for the speediest possible operation on both sides, with reciprocity and seriousness. And here again, American pressure on the Israelis is not unwelcome.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, in terms of what provisions the 20-point plan makes for an eventual Palestinian state, I mean, it is quite vague, the document. It doesn't spell anything out clearly, but people we've spoken to have said that the simplicity of this document is possibly its greatest asset. I'm just wondering how likely you think it is that once these 20 points are ironed out, that, you know, real efforts can be made towards the establishment of a Palestinian state. I mean, is that something you see happening in the years ahead?
Let me tell you, the feeling of diplomats around the world is that this 20-point program is very poorly written. And Kissinger had fabricated the concept of constructive ambiguity, and we all discovered that there are no constructive ambiguities. Ambiguities are usually unconstructive. And I am in favor of diplomatic clarity. First of all, I want to remind you that, unfortunately, the 20 points read by Mr. Trump in the press conference were different from the 21 points that were submitted to the Arab and Muslim leaders whom he had met a few days earlier in New York. And this document was rewritten after meetings between Netanyahu and Witkoff and Kushner. This is why I said we should abandon the bad habit of having American mediators belonging to the pro-Israeli lobby. That's not fair at all. And many today in America, even including within the Republican ranks, that unfortunately in the Israeli-American relation, it's the tail that is wagging the dog and not the dog wagging the tail. So my personal hope is that once we achieve the cessation of hostilities in Gaza and the liberation of captives and prisoners and the massive arrival of humanitarian aid, we need to redraft the remaining points, and maybe another meeting between Trump and the Arab and Muslim leaders by Zoom, not necessarily physically, maybe might be necessary for the clarification of the steps further. And I personally believe as a Palestinian, the link between Gaza and the West Bank and East Jerusalem should be maintained. It's a cornerstone of the Oslo agreements, which we have signed in the White House in 1993. It spoke of territorial integrity of the Palestinian Authority, with both wings, the West Bank and Gaza, belonging to the same emerging entity. I personally believe that today the Jewish public opinion in America is extremely important and is evolving in a very constructive manner. Many, and you have seen it on TV, many in Washington and New York have demonstrated by saying not in our name. An opinion poll that I read in the Jewish media says that 40% of the American Jews believe that there is a genocide being committed in Gaza. I believe that all those factors are encouraging, promising, constructive for the future. And there is a convergence that will be occurring in the coming days and weeks between those who want to liberate Palestinian territories occupied by Israel and those who want to liberate Israel of its occupied territories, because they are familiar and aware of the moral corrosion and the moral erosion that the occupation is occasioning in Jewish-Israeli society. And in America, I know for a fact that the American community is becoming increasingly embarrassed by the Israeli behavior in the Middle East. And I believe they were always in the forefront for human rights and civil rights. And for 50 years, they have been expected by Israel to defend the indefensible, the unbearable. And the last 2 years were really unbearable, including for them. I always say a message to the Jewish communities around the world that a Palestinian state is our right, we the Palestinians, but it's a moral duty and ethical obligation for Jewish communities around the world, because they, more than anybody else, know the price, the human price that we collectively and individually had to pay so that Israel can be carved in the Middle East. And we were expelled then to the periphery of our homeland. Today, we are unreasonably reasonable. We are in favor of the two-state solution, which was the international consensus. And I believe that, unfortunately, during the previous peace process from 1993 onwards, instead of seeing and witnessing Israeli withdrawal from occupation, what we have witnessed was the expansion of occupation through the elastic growth of the illegal settlements. All this should stop. We're aware of the internal blockages within Israeli society forward. And many were saying to the Israelis and to the Americans that America gives Israel a lot of aid and some advice. Up to now, Israel takes all the aid and leaves the advice aside.
Okay.
I hope that President Trump will tell the Israelis, you can have the aid only if you also took the advice, and that he will give them wise advice.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed, Afif Safir, former Palestinian ambassador. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, we can now speak to Fleur Hassan Nahum, who is an Israeli special envoy for trade and innovation. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure seeing you. Before we talk about the diplomatic efforts in Egypt, I just want to ask you, I mean, yesterday was, of course, the 7th of October, and I want to ask you what you did to mark that day and what was going through your mind yesterday, Fleur.
Well, it was actually a very mixed emotion type of a day, because it was also a Jewish holiday. So it was a Jewish holiday, high holiday. And so we're busy going to synagogue and doing all the traditional holiday meals. And then we came out of the holiday in sundown and went straight to all the memorial services, which, of course, are very sad. Our lives changed forever on the 7th of October. Our innocence ended, and we came into a new era that we never expected. So there's a lot of sadness. And the worst thing is that we can't even begin to start healing as long as there are still hostages languishing, tortured and starved in the tunnels of Gaza. And so very, very difficult day for all of us.
Looking towards what's been happening in Sharm el-Sheikh today, a third day of indirect talks have been held, and the word on the street seems to be cautious optimism surrounding those talks. Do you share that cautious optimism?
We have to hold on to hope. We have to understand hope that if Hamas are now in a position where they've been pressurized by Qatar and by Turkey, who are their biggest friends and sponsors, and if President Trump is putting enough pressure on Qatar to push them, there is really a chance here of getting our hostages back and then having a permanent ceasefire. This is what we always wanted. We had a permanent ceasefire on the 6th of October. That, of course, was breached by Hamas on the 7th of October with their massacre. Nobody wants this war to continue. All our soldiers are 19, 20-year-old boys. All mothers and fathers can't sleep at night knowing that their children are there fighting for their country. And so, yes, we want this to end, and we pray that it ends. But with Hamas, you never know, because they're very cynical. They are terrorists. They lie. They say that they've accepted the deal, and then they come back with a completely different deal. So let's hope that they don't try and do one of those sleights of hand again.
When we look at the signals coming out of Sharm el-Sheikh, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner arrived this morning, the Israeli Minister Ron Dermer this afternoon. I mean, do those look to you like signals that progress is being made?
Yes, absolutely, spot on, Tom, because I think that if Witkoff and Kushner show up, it's because Trump has basically said to them, you're going and you're not coming home until you close this deal. I think everybody understands how determined President Donald Trump is to ensure the freedom of these hostages and to end the war. And so that does give me a lot of hope. And the fact that today, for example, Hamas presented the list of prisoners they want released, that also gives me hope, because at least there's a negotiation going on. And so I really pray that by the Jewish anniversary, the Jewish calendar anniversary of the 7th of October, which will be next Tuesday, that maybe our hostages are home with their families.
Meanwhile, the offensive in Gaza continues. At least 8 people reported killed there in the last 24 hours. That's the last death toll I saw. It's a much lower death toll than the usual, the death tolls we've seen in recent weeks and months. But nevertheless, President Trump has urged Israel to stop the bombardment. Why isn't Israel honouring that request?
Well, Israel is honouring that request. You said yourself, the casualties are much less. You have to understand that you're in a very difficult urban terrain where terrorists are popping up underground and trying to kill soldiers, trying to kill Gazans. And this is what Israel is facing. Nobody is being killed because for walking around the streets. We are trying to respect the request of Donald Trump, but there's a horrible reality where still 10 to 15,000 terrorists are popping out of tunnels. That's just the reality.
And when you heard your Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, I think it was yesterday, he said that Israel faces a time of fateful decisions. What do you think he meant by that?
Well, everybody understands here in Israel that there's always has to be a compromise involved. Israel will have to compromise. That means that we are probably going to be releasing 250 terrorists with blood on their hands. These are people who killed innocent Israelis. And so imagine you're one of these families where your loved one was killed, where the terrorist was put in jail for the rest of his life, and now he's getting released. And this is what we have to swallow in order to finish the war and get our hostages home.
Some of the most prominent of the prisoners that you just mentioned there, Marwan Barghouti and Ahmed Sadat, do you see them, given that they are serving, in some cases, multiple life sentences, do you see it as likely that they will be released?
I'm not sure about Marwan Barghouti because he's also a symbol of the Second Intifada, which killed thousands of people, Jews and Arabs alike. And as a result of the fact that Israel had the audacity to offer the two-state solution to Arafat. That's why the Second Intifada happened. And so because he's such a symbol of the Second Intifada, which was essentially the answer of Arafat and his gang to the offer of a two-state solution, to the offer of peace, finally, I'm not sure he will be released. And it's interesting that Hamas are asking for his release because he's a Fatah activist. He's a Fatah terrorist. He's not a Hamas terrorist, which is also, of course, a political move on behalf of Hamas. They want to be the heroes of the Palestinian people, and they want to undermine Mahmoud Abbas. And so there's a lot of internal struggle going on here. And I'm not sure that it's in Mahmoud Abbas's interest for Marwan Barghouti to be released. So who knows what's going on behind closed doors?
What we do know is that Hamas has a chief negotiator there in Sharm el-Sheikh by the name of Khalil al-Hayya, whom Israel tried to kill in Doha last month. He says he's there to have, quote, serious and responsible negotiations. Do you believe him?
I'm not sure if I believe him, but what choice do we have? These are the people that are holding our hostages. So what choice do we have but to believe him, or at least the interlocutors that are putting pressure on him? We have no other choice. This is the situation that we're in because 251 innocent hostages were taken on the 7th of October. And that's the situation that we're in. And in Israel, we value life. We celebrate life. And unfortunately, we're dealing with a group that is a death cult, that celebrate death, that look forward to death. And so it's a very uneven conflict in that way, because every life for us is so important, and they have the opposite priorities.
I just want to ask you a couple of quick more questions. I mean, one of the things I read today is that Itamar Ben-Gvir had visited Al-Aqsa, and I just wondered what message you think he was sending out by doing that whilst this dialogue is taking place a few thousand kilometers away.
Well, we all know that Ben-Gvir is against any type of negotiations with terrorists. He's not the only person on earth who feels that way. Many countries around the world have an ethos. We will never negotiate with terrorists, and that's what Israel wanted to always do. But unfortunately, we're in a difficult situation where we have no choice. And so Itamar Ben-Gvir is a provocative character here in Israel and likes attention. And I think that's what he was trying to do, get attention.
Okay, so you wouldn't agree with his course of action in doing that, which was, it did cause unrest and upset in the Middle East, viewed as a violation of the status quo.
Well, it's not a violation of the status quo, and I just want to remind everybody that Israel here sanctifies freedom of worship for everyone except Jews on Temple Mount. We don't let Jews pray on Temple Mount to be sensitive to the Muslim community, something we get absolutely no credit for. And so the principle of what he's doing is not wrong, but I think his timing is provocative and ill-advised.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, let's end this conversation on a more upbeat note. I saw that the shekel is up against the dollar. Clearly, the markets are a good indicator of what's happening in the world, what sentiment is on Main Street. Would you say that was a sign of overall optimism that something is going to be achieved there in Sharm el-Sheikh?
Yes, I think so. But look, it's really actually quite incredible the way that if you look at the Israeli Stock Exchange, since the beginning of the war, we're up 30%. When you look at other stock exchanges around the world, they don't come anywhere near there. And so there's a lot of good signs. And Israel has a very robust economy, and investment still continues. And we're leading in innovation. And sometimes a war is also a good testing ground for all sorts of other technologies. And so overall, the Israeli economy is robust, and it will get better. And please God, and that's all we ever want in Israel. We're a productive country. We want to get on with building. We want to get on with developing. We never wanted this war. We've never wanted any war. We've never started any war. And so we hope to get our hostages home. We hope that the people of Gaza get better leaders that are not solely invested in the destruction of their neighbor and want actually a better future for those people. And maybe this war is a chance to get to the other side of it, where the Gazans get better leadership.
All right, well, that's where we're going to end our discussion. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Fleur Hassan-Nahoum, thank you again.
Thank you, John.
We can get more now and speak to Ambassador Raka Hassan, who is a member of the Egyptian Council for Foreign Affairs and former Egyptian Assistant Foreign Minister. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us from Cairo. I know you're about 500 kilometers away from where the talks are happening in Sharm el-Sheikh, but when you listen to what's being said, 3 days of indirect talks and people describing an air of cautious optimism there. I mean, what's your sort of feeling about where these talks are heading?
I think all the parties, whether the conflicting parties or the mediators or the guarantees or all the other who are interested in the peace process and to stop this criminal war, they are pushing hard to reach an agreement. Because there are a lot of difficult points to agree upon whether from the Israeli side or from Hamas. And now I think they are some of the leakage of the information that they reached to some extent some concessions from both parties. And we are expecting that during tomorrow or maybe today evening, because the American Witkoff and Kushner, they arrived today to Sharm el-Sheikh, and they will join the negotiations. So I think this will push forward to reach an agreement, especially upon the ceasefire, because the Palestinian side would like to have a guarantee, a real guarantee that it will be permanent ceasefire by the Israeli side. And then also the withdrawal from Gaza Strip, just to start the reconstruction and the redevelopment of the Strip. Also, some prisoners, Palestinian prisoners in Israel, some names who are convicted for lifetime. Some of them are important leaders, and they spent a lot of years in prison, so yet they asked to release them. Also, that for the next day, I think there will be the second step to be discussed among all these parties.
Right. So, okay, they've got a lot to talk about, haven't they? And you mentioned there that Steve Witkoff arrived, Jared Kushner is there, the Israeli Minister Ron Dermer is on his way as well. But you'd say, overall, that indicates that progress is being made. You'd see that as being a positive signal, would you?
Well, I think it's difficult to imagine that after all this destruction and the horrible situation in Gaza Strip, and almost all the world, and even President Donald Trump himself, he is declaring every day since now 3 days that we are very close to reach an agreement. So this is, I think, will facilitate the situation, particularly if he exerted a kind of pressure or convincing Israel that it is time to stop this mad war and killing his children, women, civilians, without any objective to be accepted by the international community, even by the regional community. And also it is would be good for the accepting Israel in the area, and Israel up to now didn't want it to be integrated in the region, and this is not good for her future in the area.
I just want to talk about who else is there. We haven't mentioned that Qatari and Turkish officials are also taking part. How significant do you think it is that President Trump asked Turkey to take part in these discussions?
Well, I think the Turkish joined as a mediator also, because there are a lot of Palestinians who are living in Turkey, particularly from Hamas and the other fighting groups in Gaza. And Turkey also was among the 8 leaders of the Arab and Islamic countries who met with President Donald Trump in New York. So this may be helping in convincing the Palestinians, particularly Hamas, to give some concessions and to accept that to deliver its arms. But they make a condition. I mean, Hamas, they will deliver their arms to a committee, Palestinian Egyptian committee, maybe by some other observers, but not to the what's called the Stability Board will be established by Mr. Tony Blair and Donald Trump himself.
And what do you think will happen if Hamas refuses to disarm? Would that automatically bring these talks to an end, do you think?
Well, I think, all the parties now are very exhausted and tired from this mad war. And the Palestinians who are living in this hell in Gaza Strip, this is in itself represent pressure upon the Hamas and the other Palestinian fighters. So I think, but they are seeking a reasonable and acceptable agreement, which not to be on the side of the Israeli and to give the Israel the liberty to launch again the war or to retreat as it happened before and to go back on this agreement. So they need a guarantee. So if they are offered these guarantees and they ask it to be signed on paper, not only oral or just the promises, but to be documented. And that's why President Sisi declared that he invites President Donald Trump to come to Sharm el-Sheikh and to sign the agreement when the negotiators reach to this agreement.
Okay, so I mean, obviously, there are lots of things to be discussed, as indicated by the 20 points. But I mean, the immediate priority is, of course, a ceasefire in Gaza. At the same time, Arab leaders are saying that an eventual Palestinian state must be created. Although the Israeli Prime Minister is saying that's not going to happen. I mean, when do you think we might get to that stage of discussion when we start talking about Palestinian statehood? Is that for another round of talks, do you think?
Well, I think that without paving the way for the completing, I didn't say establishing from zero, but already existing the land, the people, and the government in Palestine. What is needed only is the recognition. And we have now 150 nations recognized the Palestinian state. So what the Israelis cannot by themselves decide the future and the self-determination of the Palestinians. It is against the law, against the existence of Israel itself, because the United Nations issued in 1947 a resolution establishing two states. And already Israel has been established. Still, we have to recognize the other part of the resolution. This is the Palestinian state. Without reaching to this point, I think the agreement will be very partial and it will be very weak, and they cannot solve it, and they cannot achieve the peace in the Middle East, as President Donald Trump say, because stopping the fighting in Gaza Strip itself, it wouldn't realize the peace unless there will be a Palestinian state.
As a seasoned diplomat, I just wanted to ask you, what were your first reactions when you saw the 20-point plan that President Trump has put forward? What were your reactions towards it, and did you have any concerns about it?
Well, I read it carefully. I found that we cannot say that it is a plan. It's a framework. It is a framework because every item has to be negotiated to reach an agreement. And there are many details which cannot be accepted, whether by the Arab countries or by the Palestinians. For example, to fight Mr. Tony Blair to be the ruler of the Gaza Strip. Why? We have many eligible and well-qualified Palestinians. They are not belonging to any organization, or Palestinian organization, I mean. So why we go to Tony Blair, and he's, you know, is this disputable person in the Arab countries since the Iraq war. So this is one point, for example. The other point is to change Gaza Strip into Riviera and the International Commercial Center. And what about the people of Gaza Strip? And we have already the Arab Islamic plan. It is a plan. It's a very well-prepared plan for the reconstruction and the redevelopment of Gaza Strip. Why didn't we go to make it a Riviera and an international commercial center? So this is, for example, yeah. And also the responsibility of the Palestinian Authority. And they asked, they have to inform themselves, and when they inform themselves faithfully, who will, judge that they reform themselves faithfully? And if we ask to reform the Palestinian Authority faithfully, we have also to ask to reform the Israeli government faithfully, because the Israeli government has very, racist people, and they are against Palestinian, and they would like to live in peace in the Middle East. So this is, many items has to be negotiated.
Sure, and you raised some important points there. I'm curious to hear more about your views on Tony Blair's leadership of the Gaza Strip. I think that's a sort of an interim or temporary idea. But who would be the obvious candidate if it's not him? Who would you like to see ruling the Gaza Strip?
Well, Egypt represented since almost 1 year to be, a committee, Palestinian technocrat committee from leaders of the Gaza Strip, not related to any party or to any of the main organizations. And they will rule Gaza Strip under the auspices of the Palestinian Authority. Why? Because we have to look to the Gaza as an integral part of the Palestinian state. It is linked to the West Bank, and so it has to be under the auspices of the Palestinian Authority from one side, and the other side also to make the Palestinian Authority participate in the process of reconstruction and redevelopment, preparing for that when the Palestinian state will be completed, they will be aware and they will be there, and they will guarantee all the agreement reached and to be committed to this agreement.
I want to ask you about something that the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said. He said this, he said, "Peace is not a bird with a single wing. Putting the entire burden of peace on Hamas and the Palestinians is not fair, correct, or realistic." Do you think he has a point? Do you agree that the whole burden is being placed on Hamas? What do you think he's getting at here?
Maybe Hamas is not acceptable in all the countries of the area, but at the end, they are an important part of the Palestinian people. And I was one of the observers in the election, the parliamentary Palestinian elections in 2006, and then when Hamas get the majority. So they are still there. We may look at them as a political party, but we cannot say that they have to be excluded completely. Yes, excluded from, the control of Gaza Strip and to deliver their arms to Palestinian Arab-Egyptian committee, and so to give some kind of guarantees to the Israeli side. And this is also is very, a very particular point. We are asking a militia a group which they have very modest arms to give a guarantee to one of the most, military powers in the Middle East, and it is considered one of the military arsenals in the area. So who gives the other the security and the guarantee for their security? So this is one of the points.
Okay, and just lastly, assuming that a deal is eventually struck there in Sharm el-Sheikh, what can the United States do to ensure that everybody adheres to it?
Well, I think is by the guarantees, like by Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. They will be the acceptable guarantees for both parties, because the United States of America is a little bit on the, I'm not saying little bit, but too much on the side of Israel. And we have watched during the 2 years how they look to the Israeli war on Gaza and this devastating bombardment, and it is accused that they are, practicing genocide, and the Prime Minister of Israel himself is wanted in front of the Criminal International Court, and so these ignored by the United States, and also they consider that the recognition of the Palestinian state is not the correct decision. So the most, acceptable parts are the Turkey. Turkey is a member of the NATO. We have to remember that also. So they have many strategic cooperation with the United States of America. And at the same time, she is one of the main regional power.
Sure. Okay. Well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, but we're out of time now, so we'll have to leave it there. Ambassador Raka Hassan, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Well, staying in the Middle East, but turning to Syria, where parliamentary elections have been held for the first time since the ouster of President Bashar al-Assad. Well, after more than a decade of civil war, this marks a pivotal moment for the country. Well, the results are now in. Only 13% of the contested seats were won by female and minority candidates. Well, the election committee has acknowledged this as a shortcoming and expressed hope that President Ahmed al-Shara's upcoming appointments will help balance representation. Well, concerns over minority representation include Christians and Kurds. Kurdish-held areas in Syria's north and northeast, as well as the Druze majority province of Sueda, were excluded from voting due to security reasons. That's according to the authorities. However, they insist they are serious about future elections taking place there. Meanwhile, Syria's defense minister announced that a nationwide ceasefire has been declared yesterday after clashes between government forces and Kurdish fighters in Aleppo. Well, the latest tensions between Damascus and the Syrian Democratic Forces saw both sides blaming each other. The government accused the SDF of attacking checkpoints, whilst the SDF said the government forces were targeting civilians in Kurdish-held areas. Well, we can speak now to Saleh Muslim, who is a member of the Presidential Council in the Democratic Union Party, who joins me from Kamishli, which is a town in northeastern Syria. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. This is just for the benefit of our viewers, but do correct me if I'm wrong. There are believed to be 2.5 million Kurdish people in Syria. They make up between 5 and 10% of the population there. Now, integration of Kurdish forces and Kurdish institutions is what Syria's new leaders want to see. What does Syria's Kurdish people want?
Well, hi to everybody, and to all your audience. Well, for our integration, first of all, I would like to thank you and to giving me this opportunity to talk. For the integration, of course, we are looking for the integration with Syria and, Syrian government. But, of course, there are measures because the Syrian revolution, when it started, they looked for the democracy, for the freedom, and so on. So, but till now, was in the regime, new regime, they are very different. They are away from the people, what they want, This is one. The second thing, we are not only the Kurdish people. Since 2014 and 13, we have established a system here which is not for only the Kurdish. It's the Kurdish, Arab, Syriacs, and all the diversities in this area are all of them in sharing in this system. So it's kind of democracy with women rights and so. So what we are looking for is to integrate this system as it is, I mean, with the freedom and so on, to the new Syrian regime. I mean, all Syria should be changed, I mean, to the freedom, democracy. But what we are saying, they are one color, only one color, just calling, and wants everybody to join them. So our discussions are with not only for the Kurdish rights or for the Kurdish people, it's for everybody living in this area, northeast of Syria, which is diversities for the belief-wise or even ethnically, they are very different, I mean.
Okay.
So what we...
Okay,
yeah, so it's a Kurdish issue.
All right. I mean, you've been quoted as saying, we will never accept a full return to centralized rule. So it sounds like partial integration is the goal, not full integration. So if not 100% integration, what sort of a percentage of integration, if you can put a number on it, are you looking for?
No, we are looking for complete integration. But there should be some changes, I mean. These changes, and this demand is not only for our people. You see, I mean, Syria, as I said, is a very different diversities in Alawites and Durzis and Christians and so on. So they are not accepting anybody. So we are trying to change, to modify, I mean, this regime in Damascus to accept this freedom and democracy, living together, to put all those people together to accept it. So it's not only partial integration also, it's not just like that. I mean, the agreement which was signed in the 10th of March, it's not only for our area, it's for everybody. So we want them, I mean, even the regime, the government in Damascus should be changed to all the measures and specifications for democracy, which is done in Europe and the Western countries. So this is our aim.
Okay, I mean, the Kurdish authorities and Kurdish forces control, as we've been saying, a large area of northern and northeastern Syria. I mean, Damascus has said that it wants to see Kurdish civil and military institutions integrated into the Syrian state. I mean, do you think that's going to happen eventually?
Yes, it can be happened. I mean, if they are free, and we said from the beginning, I mean, since we have signed this 10th of March agreement, we agreed. I mean, we just, established the committees and everything, and we are ready, and we have even map road for solution. But the other side, they don't accept it. I think just because of their mentality, or maybe by the effects of some neighbors, just like Turkey. Maybe neighbors, they don't like to have to see the democracy in Syria, especially in this area. We are not talking about the Kurdish people. I mean, you are repeating the Kurdish side. It's not only Kurdish. We are talking by the Kurdish, the Arabs, the Syrians, I mean, all the components in here. So it's not only the Kurdish issue, Kurdish matter.
Okay, but when it comes to Kurdish security forces, Syria's new leaders want one army. They say they want one army that protects all Syrians, and that includes Kurdish security forces. I mean, isn't that a good thing?
Yes, it's a good thing, I think, but I mean, maybe just they want us to be surrendered to them, which is not acceptable to us. What we are looking, I mean, because we have still dangers around us. They have attacks. We are still fighting against ISIS, and there are other groups. For example, you have seen what happened in Aleppo just 2 days ago. And even this regime, what happened in Alawite areas, in the coastal area, and in Sueda, you have seen what happened. So we cannot leave our people, our component, without protection. But if they guarantee that the security and the safety of our people, at that time we don't need the SDF. But till now, we are not persuaded that there are some forces can protect us and could fight against ISIS, and so we are not. We are not trusting them. So there is a problem for the trust.
I wanted to ask you about the clashes in Aleppo, deadly clashes earlier in the week in Syria's second city. A ceasefire has now been agreed, but what happened? What triggered that unrest in your understanding?
Well, maybe, you know, I don't know really. There was an agreement in the 10th of March, as he mentioned. And this is what complete agreement for all Syria. But partial agreement also they have done in the 1st of April, which is related to Aleppo and these Kurdish neighborhoods in Aleppo, Ashrafia and Sheikh Maqsoud. Since 2 months, there was, just surrounding, these areas and trying to attack. They are bothering them. They close the road and so on. So many things, happen. So the day before these clashes, they just surrounded all the areas. They didn't want anybody to come in, and even for logistics. So the people went out to just protest it, and they opened the fire on them with those gases and so on. So they have to defend themselves. For your information, the clashes wasn't between the Democratic Syrian Forces and them. There are only Assange, which is interior, like a police in the area, and the people, civilians in the area. SDF didn't involve in these clashes. The nearest point for SDF to Aleppo is about 50 kilometers away. So the people, they defended themselves. That happened, and now it stopped. It's okay, good. But still, there are some closing the roads, and the areas is still surrounded by them.
I wanted to ask you, sir, about the latest parliamentary elections to be held in Syria, because 21 of the seats were not filled because the elections were actually held in 3, I believe it was, Kurdish-controlled areas. Why did the voting not take place in those areas?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we have to ask Damascus what they have done it, but it's not kind of elections. Election. When you say election, is a kind of action for the democratic state. But they don't believe in democracy. What they say, the democracy is just against the Islam, so they don't believe on democracy. Because of that, what happened is just kind of selection instead of elections. Selection, they selected some people, and the president of Syria has agreed that the parliament should be 210 person members, and he's going to appoint 70 of them, and the other 140, they should be selected by the committees he established. And that's what happened. So we cannot say it's elections for the people. The people didn't share in it. It's just selections by the committees and by the president. That's all.
But clearly uniting Syria is a very difficult task. There's been years of bloodshed, years of brutal leadership under Bashar al-Assad and his father before him. And there are all these different groups within Syria. So the new leadership has a very difficult task of uniting the country and not taking part in the election. What's your desired outcome here? Why not come on board and help be part of this process of uniting Syria?
Well, I think it's wrong. If you want to do something right, you cannot do it with the wrong tools, you see. Those people who came to Damascus, as you know, with their past, they were jihadists and locating in Idlib and so on, and now they came to Damascus. They have to change their mentality, their things. And because of that, from the beginning, they started to do one color. They just issued a declaration for the constitution, which is giving everything, all the rights to one person. But it's not acceptable, it's not democratic. And when they established a government, it was one color again. And now for the parliament, is one color again. Well, what about the others? We are talking about the many other people. Alawis, Durzis, Christians, Sunnis, Kurdish, Turkmens, everything. There are a lot of diversities, but they are taking by themselves only one color. It's just you should be jihadist or what you are looking for, acceptable by them. That's what they are doing. So the Syrian people, they don't accept such a thing. I mean, to be one color, all of Syria could not be a jihadist. And it's against the world also. So we are very, very doubtful about what they are trying to do.
I mean, the Americans are trying to help in Syria. They're trying to ensure that the new Syria, the next chapter for Syria, is a good one. The US envoy, Tom Barrack, has been in Damascus recently, taking part in dialogue. Dialogue is taking place between the president of Syria and the Kurdish leader, Mazloum Abdi. I mean, do you see these developments heading in a positive direction? Do you think that something good will come out of this dialogue and these efforts to carve out Syria's next chapter?
Well, that's what we hope, really, and we thank all of them. I mean, this international coalition and the Americans and even British and the France, they are trying to help to. What they are looking for is just to stabilize Syria. They want stability in Syria, but what we are looking for, I mean, our aim is to have justice and stability. And we believe if there is no justice, there wouldn't be the stability to do it. So stability with the justice is okay. Everybody wants that. I mean, the rights of the people, the freedoms, the women's rights, and so on. So to be modern, I mean, at least, I mean, moderate regime in Syria.
Just to wrap up this conversation, Mr. Muslim, what's your opinion about the general direction that Syria is heading in?
Well, I think we cannot we cannot return to the situation between 2011. I mean, maybe a strict centralized regime, and so we have to look for the decentralized system and should be agreed among the Syrians. I mean, all the countries just in Europe and everybody, I mean, is looking for decentralization. I mean, they're trying to give in the governance not only in one point, they want to distribute to the sides also. So, and this is also for Syria is valuable. It should be done. And this is what we are looking for. We know there are different things in the Middle East, mentalities and so on. So we need to struggle for it, to have democracy and freedom for the people. And we are trying to get the right way, the best way for the Syrian people. And of course, maybe in future there will be, but now it's not very near future. Maybe we need more time and more struggle to do it, to get these goals. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you speaking to us. Saleh Muslim, member of the Presidential Council in the Democratic Union Party. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for you too. Thank you.
Now, our final story for today. Gold has surged past $4,000 an ounce, marking an unprecedented milestone. Well, investors have rushed to the precious metal as a safe haven from growing global economic uncertainty and on the expectation that US interest rate cuts could be on the horizon. Well, let's find out more now. We can speak to Dr. Jihad Al-Hakayem, who is an economist and wealth management consultant who joins us now from Beirut. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. What's your opinion? Why has gold surged so rapidly these last few months?
Thank you for hosting me. Actually, you have different reasons, but the main theme is the dollar debasement and currency debasement. This is the big headline. Of course, you can add to that several factors, the geopolitical factors, the recklessness when it comes to managing the fiscal policies, the debt to GDP, the problem with actually the monetary policies around the globe. You have lots of central banks are buying heavily gold around the globe. So all these are contributing to the surge in gold prices.
Okay, so US fiscal policy, geopolitics playing a part. Did you see this coming? Did you think this was predictable, this rise in the price of gold?
Whenever we are in a certain upward trend, we know that it's going to go up until a further notice. So I expected first that we're going to see double the prices or double the peak that we had, let's say, 14 years ago when gold reached 1,937, but crossing 4,000, it's something. But we have to see if we're going to see a monthly closing above 4,000, or actually there will be a certain correction. So lots of questions are here, but as long as gold prices are up, so technically speaking, we have to follow the trend.
And what does it tell us about what's around the corner? Are there any sort of historical patterns when we've seen a spike in the price of gold? Has that been an indicator of, for example, a looming recession or an economic downturn, or are there no particular patterns that we can follow?
There is no consistency when it comes to that. And as you know, that correlation is not causality. So, of course, we look at correlation in general to see if we can actually forecast something. But as you know, for academic people, correlation does not imply causality. And if we want to look at, historically speaking, there is no consistency when it comes to if gold prices are increasing, it means we are in a certain recession or we forecast a certain recession. So we have mixed signals when it comes to that.
Why is gold such a powerful safe haven? I mean, it has been for thousands of years. What's the appeal?
Actually, because it's rare, unlike silver. If you look at silver, because lots of people, they do the silver-gold trade. So silver today at $49, it's the price that it reached in April 2011. So the appeal is still for gold because it's rare, and actually it used to be the medium of exchange because you know that we started by bimetallism, and the coins that we used to exchange, it used to be gold and silver. That's why gold is still here. And the appetite is for central banks is to buy more gold than silver when it comes to hedging, when it comes to whenever you have uncertainty. So hedging not just against inflation, but as well against any uncertainty. And as you know, nowadays, the fiat currencies, there is a debasement. As I told you, this is the big headline. And central banks are buying heavily gold, not just China, India, Turkey, but around the globe. And it's still what we call safe haven, and you know, it's a cultural factor. So, you know, it's very difficult to change culture. And as you know, culture is a strategy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as we know. So it's a cultural aspect as well behind it. So it's not just a speculation, but you have cultural aspect that is here, why we buy gold.
Now, you're an expert on wealth management. In your opinion, what percentage of a diversified portfolio should be allocated to gold?
Between 8%, 5 to 10%. 8 is going to be ideal.
Okay, that's a good indicator. What about other safe havens like crypto? Would you say that Bitcoin, for example, is the modern day safe haven? Do you see it as competition for gold in that category?
Actually, Bitcoin is a digital asset, but it's not a safe haven. So if you want to go for Bitcoin, it means you are going for risky assets. And now we have two, let's say, camps. One, on one hand, you have people who want to be risk averse. They want to buy gold. They want to go for safe haven. And you have people nowadays chasing equity that are AI driven. And they are betting that there will be a certain boom in the economy. So you have people who want to run the risk. They want to buy cryptos, Bitcoin in particular, and AI-driven equity, and you have others who want to be more risk averse, and they want to buy gold, which is the safe haven.
And what would be your thoughts if someone were to say that, you know, we've hit the 4,000 per ounce mark? I mean, could the 5,000 an ounce mark be on the horizon?
Actually, technically speaking, it's all-time new high. We never know. It's going to depend on the monthly closing. If it's going to close, now it is at 4,050. If we're going to see a closing above 4,000, it means we actually were able to cross the 4,000 psychological level. And if we get a confirmation at the end of the month, so it means it's going to continue up. But until when, we don't know. But if it's a super cycle for gold, so we never know where it's going to reach.
Okay, so people who are watching are thinking, oh, maybe I should be buying some gold now. Would you say they've perhaps missed the boat now that we're already in this you know, high price market? Is it a buyer's market for gold?
There is always the FOMO effect, or the fear of missing out, but the golden rule is you have to diversify or you die. So it means you have to always be reasonable, and you should diversify your portfolio depending on your risk appetite, your age, your goals, and your financial literacy. So this is always actually a matter of you have to tailor it according to every investor. So if someone is 80, is different than someone who's 20. So if you're 20, there is a certain rule that we say you take 100 minus your age, and this is how much you should put in equity. And whenever we're talking equity, it should be diversified around the globe, not just in one country, and not just in one currency. So if you're 80, you're going to have less equity than someone who's 20. So you do 100 minus the age. This is one of the ways how to manage a certain portfolio.
Okay. And I mean, clearly we're speaking to you from the Middle East, and you're in Lebanon. I mean, is there any aspect of, you know, does gold hold more appeal in this region, would you say, than in other regions of the world? Anything particular about this particular region?
Of course, because Lebanon is a pure cash economy, and people are saving their money and they're purchasing gold. So you can see the vast majority of Lebanese, you might see 100% of their portfolio is in gold, because they don't have access to international markets, because the banking system completely collapsed. There is no trust in the banking system, and in the cash economy, instead of saving your money in dollars and actually being, there is a risk of inflation. And since the Lebanese currency lost its role, so it's no longer a currency because it's no longer a store of value and it's no longer a medium of exchange. We are in a dollarized economy, but people, they prefer to save their money in gold. So there is a big appetite. People buy gold, and you can see people queuing to buy just different ounces, and their monthly saving, they prefer to purchase gold with what they save.
And what about in Saudi Arabia? Do you see a strong appetite for gold there as well?
Depends. It's in Saudi Arabia, you have more people who have accessibility to international markets, so they are diversifying their portfolio in a more scientific manner because they have more options. The banking system functions very well. You have there as well financial market. You have a stock market. So, and they are diversifying their portfolio in a more reasonable manner. Let's call it this way.
Okay, and just to wrap up the conversation, what's your long-term outlook for gold? Do you think it will remain a reliable anchor for investors in this increasingly unpredictable world?
Of course, for those who are risk-averse, they're going to purchase gold more and more. But actually, the surge in prices is driven for me mainly by central bank and not by speculators or individual demand. Of course, gold is gonna stay there. It's gonna always stay. It's gonna always be important. But you have to be reasonable. Gold is not really an investment, but a hedge against inflation. And the investment, normally, it's going to be more in equity market, but we always advise people to be reasonable and to diversify their portfolio in a very scientific manner. Gold is going to be part of the portfolio in all cases.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Jihad Al-Hokaim, economist and wealth management consultant. Thank you for your time, sir. That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was great terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly. triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counter-offensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready, weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God will it, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the north fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations. With the invaluable aid of our supporting partner, we ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated. There was a significant moment.
We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway, the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, a crucial opening had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hama saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this, it's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled, while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered fleeing. On air base, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command force.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions inside the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
On the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin, the Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin are met with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skillet amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo olive trees all alone.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells, and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerance slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses aren't only measured in rubble. They're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices, let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out.
Die again. Repeat.
2 kilometers west of Tab Lane.
Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest, then get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city, but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zain al-Abidin, one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zain al-Abidin, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So Ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square. Filmed, then were told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zain al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab Army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
The main battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly, the Hama massacre among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay open. Then he asked, "Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge?" I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here, eyes fixed on Homs, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Homs, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. The Tamim soldiers and commanders filled with resolve pushed the forces across 4 axes, an effort we'd prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. You can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs. And Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up Homs like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground, and on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, how to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Hamamin, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th.
I remember the protocols cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
We were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind, just as it was leaving him, in silence. A clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m. The plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maimim. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 10 minutes to 3, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other streets. After 3:30, news began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Maimim, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18, at that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports.
With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised. Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step, quietly, without announcement, without resistance.
The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, Hold Your Head High, You're a Free Syrian, they danced, and I danced with them, despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did, and Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burgess-Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenophis III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
President Barroso, thank you for this interview. I've listened to you speaking in the panel. You were saying that we are already in a hybrid war. So how does the war in Ukraine change the European thinking about cybersecurity, both in terms of spending and in terms of regional cooperation?
I think it has been a real game changer. The invasion, the full scale of invasion of Ukraine by Russia more than 2 years ago. Until recently, Europe was what I've been calling a geopolitical teenager. Very important economically, very important in trade terms, but not really caring about its own defense and so-called hard power. And now it's changing. Europe is now becoming much more assertive on that matter. Some decisions are being taken to make Europe strong from a defense point of view. Of course, in the framework of NATO, because most European Union countries are members of NATO, but inside NATO, reinforcing the so-called European identity of security and defense. The fact is that today, unfortunately, we are already in a cyber war. A lot of events confirm it. Cyber attacks coming from Russia, disinformation attacks, including sabotage of submarine cables, some disruption. And so hopefully we should not come to a full-scale war. That is not desirable. We should try to avoid all developments in that direction. But we have to be firm to show Mr. Putin that it's not good for him and for Russia if he continues to these provocations against European countries. And that's the sense of the decisions taken just yesterday by the European leaders in the European Council in Denmark of making, let's say, exercise of the European vulnerabilities and investing massively to avoid this kind of vulnerabilities in the future.
But there's a story of success for Ukraine in defending its systems.
And that's been studied. By the way, I've been recently in touch with some leaders of Ukraine, including military leaders that I met in a conference in UK, in fact. And it's amazing how successful the Ukrainians have been, for instance, in terms of their electronic warfare, electronic protection of their territory. Ukraine is much smaller than Russia. President Putin thought that he could take Kiev in less than 2 weeks. He said it to me once. When I was president of the Commission, I was after the invasion of Crimea. He told me that if they wanted, they could take Kiev in less than 2 weeks. As you see, it's not so easy because the Ukrainian people have shown remarkable courage and resilience. And in fact, when there is this kind of urgency, when we have a war, people develop some capabilities that they did not have before, because the sense of urgency is very important for innovation. And what Ukrainians are doing, certainly with the support of some European and Western powers, but in terms of their cybersecurity capabilities, is really impressive. I can testify to that. And by the way, we are now learning and importing from Ukraine some of that expertise.
But beyond Europe, you've been advocating the international cooperation in cybersecurity. Do you think that the international cooperation is generally possible, taking into consideration the fragmentation on the international arena?
Honestly speaking, it's more difficult now because we have a fragmented world. Unfortunately, I'm a multilateralist. I will be in favor of cooperation globally, sincere cooperation. What happens today is that cybersecurity is linked to some developments in technology. And many of these technologies are dual-use technologies. They are great technologies for civilian purposes, for instance, for health. That's amazing, the progress we can achieve thanks to AI. But at the same time, they are weapons, they are technologies that can be used for war. And that's why full-scale, sincere cooperation globally is difficult. We are seeing some cooperation in some regions, and we are seeing some interesting experience like this one here in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, in fact, I think from that point of view, can be called a role model, because this global cybersecurity forum that is already becoming a tradition is a space, a platform where people from all over the world, Saudi government can speak all over the world, and to have some platforms of cooperation. And there are some areas where some cooperation is possible, and we should, of course, develop those areas.
But what would be the platform for this cooperation? You have the Budapest Convention that was declared in 2004. Do you think that this could be an international platform, given that superpowers like China and Russia and India never signed it?
The problem is that with those conventions and treaties, and I'm a lawyer by training, one thing is there are countries that don't accept on the grounds of sovereignty these kind of conventions. They don't sign them or they don't ratify them when they sign it. And even after they sign and ratify, sometimes, to be frank, the level of cooperation is not ideal. So because of overall mistrust, because cyber is dealing with data. And data today is critically important from a sovereignty point and security point of view. This is why I'm skeptical, to be honest, about the success of those conventions. The Budapest Convention was there. In fact, it was a European initiative. Many countries have signed and ratified it. I think that could be a basis, but I'm skeptical about the commitment on the true implementation of those principles now.
I guess the sharing of data may be one of the hurdles for this cooperation. But could the alternative be sharing the information and sharing the data between groups, between the European group, GCC group, Asia, ASEAN? Or?
It's already happening to some extent in Europe. We have developed that European Union. Yes, there are now formal legislation approved and implemented. There are systems of cooperation. That happens, and I believe the same can happen in regional groupings like ASEAN or the Gulf Cooperation Council. That is more likely and more realistic, because there let's say the trust among the members is certainly higher than among the biggest powers in the world now. As we see now, the United Nations Security Council is blocked. I'm afraid to say. It's blocked because some of the big powers, they simply do not accept decisions taken by the majority. They veto those decisions. So it's difficult. But maybe we should, in spite of these difficulties, we should continue to find all possible spaces of dialogue, like this one here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia.
Last question is a personal question. You've been visiting Riyadh for a long time. How are your impressions changing about Riyadh from one year to another?
I think it's modernizing a lot, development, physical development. I see every time I come here, I see more buildings, some of them with extremely nice architecture, very modern. But also what I most welcome is the change in behavior. I think now the society is much more relaxed. Young people and also women, men and women, the relationship are different. From my point of view, it's a positive development, because first time I came here, it was much more difficult, to be honest. We saw more rigid norms, and now from a societal point of view, I think there is more openness, and I certainly welcome this.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Mark Hughes, thank you for your time and for this interview. How is the IBM seeing the evolvement of the cyber threat, especially here in the Middle East?
Yeah, well, the cyber threat landscape is really getting worse, I'm afraid. Firstly, we have much more complexity happening globally in most organizations in terms of implementation of new exciting things like AI. What that means is that organizations' IT environments are getting more complex. That affords more opportunity for attackers. So the threat landscape actually is becoming more complicated, more difficult to deal with. Now, here at IBM, we produce the cost of data breach report, and that actually gives some statistics. So if we think about the Middle East, the average cost of a cyber incident in our latest report is 27 million Saudi riyals. So it gives you some idea. These are very big things when things go wrong. It costs a lot. So the threat landscape is getting more complicated, more difficult to deal with, and is very costly when things go wrong. And here in the Middle East, specifically, there's some sectors like oil and gas, for example, and energy that are targeted very heavily as well. So specifically in the Middle East, there's quite a bit that organizations have to be really aware of and really focused on to ensure that they're not victims of these types of attacks.
How do you see that, how the regulatory bodies are responding to this threat, especially here in Saudi, if you have a chance to follow up this experience here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I have to say that the Saudi 2030 vision, the inspiring vision that exists here in the Kingdom, means that there's a big change in the digital infrastructure nationally. And of course, with that comes the regulation that is happening. And we see the National Cyber Authority, the NCA, and other agencies here in the Kingdom really being right at the forefront of thinking about regulations. Humane, for example, in terms of how AI is being looked at in the Kingdom. All of these things that are happening mean that the Kingdom is really thinking hard about how to get the regulation right to help businesses and to really ensure that they can then really benefit from the technical advancements that are happening and really realizing the 2030 vision. And here at IBM, we've really been working with those agencies lockstep throughout formulating the vision and really helping where we can, bringing our global expertise to ensure that those bodies, those regulatory bodies, can be right at the forefront to really enable organizations to be equipped to realize the exciting 2030 vision here in the Kingdom.
We're going through a digital transformation. We're getting more people online. So this needs more cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. What do you think is the most urgent challenge here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I think one of the things that's working really well, and here at IBM we're working with MCIT, for example, to increase capacity and skills. So with MCIT we're building 100,000 new skills here in the Kingdom, so really making sure that people understand not only how to, in my world, defend against the type of risks that come with, for example, things like AI, but also really making sure that those skills can be deployed to really embrace and take advantage of the new technology as well to realise the 2030 Saudi vision.
Speaking about AI, do you think it's helping or complicating this challenge?
Well, Abada, that's a great question. Both. So firstly, when it comes to attackers, we see that they are now starting to use AI tooling against us. And so a really good example of that we see, for example, is with phishing emails. So, we've all used to getting phishing emails, and they used to be badly worded and everything. Now that's going away. Now we look at phishing emails. Threat actors are using AI to generate phishing emails. So that's a really small example, but a really important example where most of us can see really realistically what's happening today in terms of how attackers are using AI tools. But there's many other things that they use AI for as well. On the defensive side, it really gives us an accelerated way to deal with that complexity that I was talking about before. So what that really means is we see things like where we are deploying in IBM our agentic AI that now speeds up our ability to respond to alerts over twice as fast as we've done in the past, and to be more accurate as well. So it's really taking, with our agentic AI here at IBM, our ability to help our clients speed up, be more accurate, and stay one step ahead of the attackers. So that AI and use of it defensively is really foundational and important to defend against the type of attacks that we're seeing.
Great insights, Mr. Mark. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leanne Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.